Every kirtan that we had together, he insisted that even if it was your first time learning the Hare Krishna mantra, if you were a child, if you were this, if you were that, the 1968 spirit was alive in him. Everybody's welcome. And Prabhupada gave opportunities to people who were unqualified. You know, he gave them tremendous opportunities, tremendous responsibility. And my father, you know, taught that spirit to me, taught the importance of that, you know, that everybody take a chance, everybody open their heart, everybody sing. I wanted to sing, or if somebody else wants to, the Jayani Lo prayers, the prayers for the departed Vaishnavas, but I just need the lyrics. I think we have a copy somewhere here, don't we? Do you know where? So maybe we can pass out a few of those, and I can do one. And then right after that, we've got a video presentation. We have a slideshow, a little video about my father's life, and then we're going to invite people to come and speak. So these are the prayers to the departed Vaishnavas. And
Anamita said you should read it.
Okay. I'm going to pass out those to you. So these are the prayers to the departed Vaishnavas. And, you know, with the passing of my father who joined ISKCON in 1968, you guys can, right here is his initiation certificate, right here. It's signed by Jayananda and Srila Prabhupada personally. So this is what, in 1968, what you got. Prabhupada came to America in 1965. So there was not much time that he was here in America without having his Nar Narayan Vishwakarma by his side. And back in 1968, we didn't have all these temples, we didn't have all this art, we didn't have these vyasasans. Okay, I'll do it. Okay. We didn't have all of these things, but by following the instructions of Srila Prabhupada, by an unqualified person who's just some hippie, you know, out there trying to have some fun, some rebel. Where's the photo of him? Right here. Check my father out right over here in 1970 at Rathayatra. This is one of the leaders of our spiritual society right here. This maniac with a hammer in his hand. And he was not the best, most studied scholar. He wasn't great with his Sanskrit, and he didn't even chant all of his rounds. But he did understand a few things, and you don't have to understand everything in Krishna consciousness to have success. He understood something very important, devotional service. And, you know, and he performed his devotional service by making these paintings, as art director, and doing all these beautiful things for Srila Prabhupada. So in his honor, with him leaving, you know, it's the end of a certain type of era, but I hope that we can be left with all the beautiful lessons that he's taught us. And I want to sing this song to the departed Vaishnavas, if I could find it. Thank you. Okay, so this is the song by Narottam Das Thakur. My brother, his eldest son, his first son was named Narottam. And this is a song of Narottam Das Thakur, where he is just feeling the suffering, feeling the pain of having the beautiful association of his Vaishnavas. That I'm feeling that same pain, even in another era and in another time, without my father. So please join me. You want to come, Kuvit? Will you join me too? Please come join me and my brother in singing this song, and then we will begin the video and the memories. Jayani Lo Prema Dana Karuna Prakshu
Jayani Lo Prema Dana Karuna Pacho Jayani Lo Prema Dhana Karuna Pacho
Jayani Lo Prema Dana Karuna Prakshu Heno Prabhu Kota Kela Acharya Taku Heno Prabhu Kota Kela Acharya Taku
Heno Prabhu Kota Gila Chaja Thakur
Heno Prabhu Kota Gela Acharya Taku Kahamora Swarup Rupa Kahasonata Kahamora Swarupa Kahasonata
Kahamora Swarup Rupa Kahasanantana
Kahamora Swarup Rupa Kahasonata Kahadasaragu Natapati Tapavan Kahadasaragu Natapati Tapavan
Kahadasaraghu Patita Pavana
Kahadasaragu Natapati Tapavan Ekakale Kota. Oops, wrong line. Which is
Mora Bhata Juga Kaha Kavira Just sing that one.
okay. I'll sing. I'll just get it right. Which one? Kahamura Pata Juga Kaha Kavira Kahamura Pata Juga Kaha Kavira
Ekakale Kota Gilang Goranatara
Ekakale Kota Gela Koranatara Ekakale Kota Gela Koranatara kale kota kela kora natara
pasane kutibo mato anale pasibo
pasane kutibon mata anale pasabo koranga gunera nidhi kata gele Prabhu koranga gunela nidhi kata gele Prabhu
Gauranga gunera nidhi kota gila pavo
Gauranga gunera nidhi kota gele pavo Sabasang
gira sange je koilo vila
Se sabasang gira sange je koilo bila Se sangana paya kande naro tamodas
se sangana paya kande naro tamoda se sangana paya kande naro tamada
paya kale naro tamadas Jayani lo prema dana Karuna prakshu
Jayanilo prema dano Karuna pajo Heno Prabhu kota Gila Chajanta ko
Eno Prabhu kota Kela Acharya taku
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Bolo Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare
Hare Ramo Hare Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Ramo 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Vaishnava Thakur Jaya, Vaishnava Thakur, Vaishnava Thakur Jaya, Vaishnava Thakur.
Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Nara Narayan, Jaya Nara Narayan, Jaya Nara Narayan, Jaya Nara Narayan, Nara Narayan, Jaya 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 Nara Narayan, Nara Narayan, Jaya Nara Narayan, Jaya Nara Narayan, Jaya Vishwakarma Das, Jaya Vishwakarma Das, Jaya Vishwakarma Das, Jaya Vishwakarma Das, Vishwakarma Das, Jaya Vishwakarma Das, Vishwakarma Das, Jaya Vishwakarma Das, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Let's all offer our respects to the assembled devotees. Panchakalpa Charupasya, Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha, Patitanam Pavanevyo, Vaishnavevyo, Namo Namaha. So I believe that we have anyways, thank you all for everybody who came. We're so grateful to everybody and to those of you who are watching all of this virtually, whoever and wherever you are. We're so grateful for everybody coming together for my father. And is the video ready, Kuba? All right. So we are going to play a little video, a compilation of some photos. And love you, Jagat. Some photos and some video footage. I have yet to see this myself, so I'm excited as well. And then my brother and I will say a little something short, and we want to open it up to everybody else to say a little something. But thank you guys all so much for being here. And while he's figuring that out, I will share some of my memories of, okay, are we ready? Great. Hey, Kuva, did you get that the kirtan that I sent you? Can you play the kirtan that I sent you? It's on the All right, here comes a slideshow. My father was born and raised. You want to say a little something? Okay. Is it ready? Almost. So my father was born and raised in Northern California. In Northern California, so you'll see him looking like a little farm boy back in the 50s and 60s at the beginning of this. his birthday was December 20th, 1945. 1943. And he was, so on his father's side, he came from a family of, the Zerakadoshheim, the Zakheim brothers, named after two twin brothers that gave their lives to save their village. And on his mother's side, descendant of some of the first settlers. All of that led to an out-of-the-box thinker. And in the 60s, he was curious about things. Are we ready for the video? Okay, perfect. So with no further ado, let me pass this over to Kuba.
So it's this is mostly a compilation of video footage of our Father Nar Narayan Prabhu with Srila Prabhupada, pulled from the following Srila Prabhupada series and all the archival footage of stuff. So it's about 17 minutes long. I may jump in with, we didn't have like title cards, so I may jump in with locations and dates just to ease things, but otherwise please enjoy. This is just for context. This is him as a boy on his apple farm. This is with him, his father, and Makanlal, his brother.
Srila Prabhupada told him to take his guitar and chant all around the world. See, he wasn't perfect.
And then we're about to witness his first encounter with Krishna consciousness. See if you can spot him. This is at Rathayatra 1968.
Right there.
Okay, she wins.
So these are the founders of our movement right here. Never forget that. Never forget that.
This is New Vrindavan later that year, 1968. Or it could be 69. So, yes, so he's there. And this little table that Srila Prabhupada is sitting at, he had made from a plank from the barn and some oak branches.
The first contact I had with Srila Prabhupada after having heard that he was starting a temple was that I was about to move into a place I was going to use as a sculpture studio for myself.
On have that as his quarters, and the devotees lived below. And it was on that visit that Srila Prabhupada had asked Nar Narayan to put locks on his suitcase. I don't know why the spiritual master required locks on his suitcase at that point, but he had requested it. And while he had left to go for his morning walk, my father was supposed to complete that task. But it rained, perhaps not too dissimilar to today, and so they returned early. And so my father was still there putting everything together, drilling holes into the suitcase and fastening on a clasp to then put a padlock. And Srila Prabhupada had returned early and sat there watching him as he worked, sort of sweating, feeling like he's categorically committing an offense for, sort of wasting the time of his spiritual master. And Srila Prabhupada had said, they should call you Vishwakarma. My father was hard of hearing, so he didn't hear him say that. And so he kind of like, And then so Srila Prabhupada repeated it a few times until he got it. And then he said, Master Craftsman, is that like a jack of all trades? And Srila Prabhupada said, no, Master of all trades. And so then his secretary, I think it was Purushottam at the time, said, and he's there with a notebook, Prabhupada just renamed Nar Narayan to Vishwakarma. And so he had asked clarification. So is his name now Vishwakarma? And Srila Prabhupada said, no. It is a title like PhD. And so that was just from that simple act, the little table, the locks on and then what we see continue will sort of we saw a seed planted by Srila Prabhupada, and then we will see how that seed has grown.
And for a minute, just notice the feel of 1968, because that 1968 vibration is what my father was always very committed to, and what I want to bring back and highlight and emphasize. So here we go. Prabhupada empowered people. Yeah, pause that. Okay, I'll start this one off. We all love Jayananda, and we know that he's a saint that went back to Godhead. And my father loved Jayananda very much because they worked together and they collaborated on the original rathayatra. But the only person on earth who could ever say a little bit of a negative word about Jayananda, jokingly, was my father. Because he was like, wait, I did the first rathayatra in 1970. And so they both did it. So we had to set the record straight. And this picture in front of the wheel of the first rathayatra cart, they looked at a photo of the rathayatra in India. They'd never seen it. Nobody in America. Just imagine, we're just in America. None of this is here. There's no pictures of Krishna. There's no Jagannath deities. Sanskrit is new. Ravi Shankar is there somewhere playing sitar, and that's it. And so these founders of ISKCON, these original apostles of Prabhupada's, are very special personalities. We are lucky enough to know them in the flesh, but these are special personalities that came and in such a short time did something amazing. So looking at a photo, my father tried to figure out how to make a rathayatra wheel. So this is the wheel that he and Jayananda came up with. Do you want to add anything to that, Kuva? So they're standing in front of the wheel. Yeah. They both worked on it.
Yeah, they both worked on it. And Jayananda was organizing the logistics for the event, the permits, and all those types of things. They all worked. You'll see in the footage,
yeah.
everyone was working on it.
Everyone was working on it, but the mastermind behind the engineering. So if you guys know my father, you'll know that he can basically build or rig up anything using any kind of materials anywhere. Kuva got that skill. I didn't. But so my father envisioned, to take a photo and figure out how to engineer something without plans or directions is pretty amazing. But this is the kind of stuff that Prabhupada empowered my father to do. And every time we see this beautiful festival, we have to, pay a debt to him and to Jayananda for that.
Okay. It'll be a little difficult. Yes.
Do you want to say something about it?
Yes.
I wanted to post something about that photo.
Oh, really? Do you want to say it? Yeah. Here, go ahead and. Here, we're going to pass the mic. We have I guess we have some live stuff happening. So here, there's a devotee who's going to share a little something.
Yes, a few days ago, Arundhati Mataji, the wife of Pradyumna, posted this photo on Facebook there. And she says, remembering Nar Narayan Prabhu in this old photo, having first met him here in Columbus, Ohio, in spring of 1969. That is myself and Pradyumna just married by Srila Prabhupada. And Nar Narayan reminding us that our Guru is the center of our lives. Hare Krishna. That photo has always made me laugh a little, as I found Nar Narayan to have a great sense of humor, whilst at the same time being such a wonderful, sincere devotee. I'm sure he's continuing on in his service at the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. And just one thing I'd like to
Sure.
add to this is that, from the very beginning, Nar Narayan Prabhu always had Prabhupada as the center of everything. And that's one of the things that I most admire about Nar Narayan Prabhu, that he was a Prabhupada man, so loyal to Prabhupada. And it shows right here, but the way Arundhati Mataji says it, that he was reminding them that Prabhupada must be at the center of our lives.
Jai, thank you so much. Feel free. My father was very non-traditional. Yay, Bethany. Yay, Yale. This is my cousin, Bethany and Yale, who are my father's sister's children. So it's an honor to have you guys here. Thank you so much. And because of my father's non-traditional nature, this memorial does not have to be traditional at all. So I'm ready to pass the mic. Follow your inspiration. Feel free to blurt something out loud in the spirit of Nar Narayan.
Yeah, he's going to speak that. There's audio for this.
There's Nar Narayan.
Here it is, the moment. See, we're pulling the rathayatra cars out into the street, more or less in front of the temple on 518 Frederick Street. I'm in the middle of all of this because I figured if anyone's going to get squashed, I'm the designer and architect. I should be the one to get squashed. When we had finally built them and realized how massive they were, we were scared stiff as to what would happen when we took them off the blocks and started rolling them down the hill. We thought they would continue to
San
roll and go
Francisco.
right through the temple door and out the back and down into the bay. I might add, it had no brakes whatsoever. And therefore, if it had gotten away, it would have gotten away. What we did with the
There's the
paint
wheel.
was we used natural earth pigments. I took deep tone latex base and mixed the pigments with water and had it shaken up at the paint place. And so what we did was we used the same pigmentation that they use in Jagannath Puri. You see how many men it was required to break the rathayatra car? All of this was designed and built custom within a matter of a few weeks. I think we had about 6 or 8 weeks in which we built everything from scratch. And we were able to acquire lumber. We spent very little cash for lumber. Most of it was acquired from donation and wood that was left inadvertently lying around.
Meaning they took it from where it was.
Just like the first Jagannath deities were stolen. But it's important to remember our humble roots, because the point is that nobody has to be perfect to follow Krishna consciousness. We don't even have to practice Krishna consciousness
The tops were
perfectly.
designed so that the whole rathayatra car could slip under a 15-foot high overpass. So the entire part came down. We had it all designed the year before. We just took a pole and lowered it down, but that cart was only 35 feet tall. These were like over 60 feet tall. And so we just were building it. We didn't think. And then Srila Prabhupada was in Los Angeles. He happened to talk to Tamal and said, and how is the lowering mechanism going to be used? Design. And Tamal said, oh, Nar Narayan is working on that. He knows all about it. He's a genius engineer. He can do it, you know. So Srila Prabhupada said to Tamal, so who is checking on Nar Narayan? And Tamal said, oh, you don't have to check on Nar Narayan. He knows what he's doing. And Prabhupada said, why not ask? So Tamal phoned up. He said, I hate to ask you this, you know, I mean, it's so silly, but how are you doing the mechanism? How is it raising up? And we said, well, we hadn't thought of how to do it. So Lochan, myself, Madhavisa, and Jayananda, we all sat there for 4 days without sleeping, day and night, not able to figure out how to raise that top. And finally, somehow or other it came to me how to make this telescoping tube that could be raised up in increments, which is sort of the model that's been used ever since, except it's been made, you know, much more sophisticated since then, much better design. Then Prabhupada said sternly, no one should ever be in charge completely of something. There should be a committee to make sure. Because Prabhupada, as anyone, had tremendous confidence in what I could do, and Tamal had complete confidence in what I could do, and yet I had made the biggest blunder that could have destroyed the whole festival if we had not stopped and worked that out.
We could have followed that advice for this memorial as well, actually, but...
Oh, these are the horses. Well, this is interesting. My father made the horses. My father's a dramatic Holocaust survivor. His heart had flames coming out of it from the Holocaust in the Warsaw Ghetto. And so he built these horses. He painted them with fire and with smoke. They looked as though they were smoldering. And he put them on the front of the rathayatra cars, which was quite a contribution. 4 for each rathayatra car. I wanted to engage him, so I asked him to do it. But when I saw the horses, I was absolutely horrified. They looked like horses of the apocalypse coming out of hell. So my father was very proud of them. You know, they were rather dramatic horses. My parents, I should say, were separated for 40 years. So my mother was also at the Rathayatra festival, and that my mother and father hadn't seen each other for, maybe 5 years, you know. My mother walks up and said, "Who has made these horses?" She recoils in horror, seeing these smoldering, burned, crazed horses with wild rolling eyes. "Who has made these horses?" And I look at her and say, "My dad made them." She said, "Well, this will never do." So she went and grabbed buckets of paint and painted them all up with nice, like, the merry-go-round design comparison, and white and clean and healthy-looking horses. And there they looked at these horses together, and they sort of felt, yes, this is what we've done to honor our son's choice. And I could see that they both felt great satisfaction. And from my perspective, as a budding transcendentalist, 2 years in the movement, I thought, this is their devotional service. This is the moment that was created for them by Lord Krishna to accomplish something in their lives and to give my brother and myself permission to go forward with the power of the pitcheries behind us.
Crowd. Pretty good for 2 years in the movement. 70? 1970. Look at what you could do in 2 years. Just joining Krishna consciousness, and in 2 years, that kind of crowd, we really need to take this in a little bit, you know what I mean? Take a look back. Jai Jagannath. Look at, they made it right under the bridge. Look at that crowd. Is that Allen Ginsberg in front? It looked like Jai Prabhupada. Yeah.
I just wanted to put a brief footnote in that. We actually missed putting in the audio of my father speaking this, but he tells, as part of the parade, with the following Srila Prabhupada series, they'd come to a certain point and there was cars all parked along the drive, and it was too narrow of a passage to be able to get through. And so this is the kind of man my father was, our father. He just said,
the word juggernaut.
Let's get 20 people on each car and move them out of the way. And so as they went, just the crowd and just gathering, the power of what can, and we see with the numbers of people there and how the devotees were all working together. And watch the following Srila Prabhupada, you'll see it was amazing. They're painting the canopies and various things on the sidewalk in front of the temple. Like they just took over, everything was spilling out. Like it was just, everything was just happening right there, immediate. And this just sense of mobilizing people to participate and to cooperate and just make stuff happen. And so he had everyone grab the cars and just skitter them across the grass in each direction, leaving clearing the pathway, but just leaving. Imagine the people when they came back to their cars, they just went, "What happened here?" And so anyhow, so that was just some of the dynamic. And one of the wheels bent, and so he got a bunch of people to lift the cart, and then a bunch of people to straighten the wheel out. And so it's quite phenomenal. And when we can envision what is possible when we all come together as Srila Prabhupada would say, nothing is impossible. Impossible is a word in a fool's dictionary.
I want to add to that just that spirit of being unstoppable. My father never was the person to wait around and wait for something. He brought the energy. If he didn't bring the energy, it wouldn't have happened. And that was a lesson that he kind of taught me through life too. And I think that's an important lesson. Don't wait around. Don't wait for a scoop in your bowl. It's not going to happen if you don't bring the energy, if you don't make it happen, if you don't manifest it. And, whenever I would feel like a challenge, okay, I failed, Dad, I can't, I have to quit. He would be like, rise up, Shakuntala, no. Salesmanship begins when the customer says no. Our family motto is we don't believe in miracles, we rely on them. And that spirit he got from Srila Prabhupada, and the way that Srila Prabhupada empowered unqualified people. Prabhupada gave us that gift, but we have to continue to pass that on and not judge each other, because Prabhupada said, my father would always tell me this, Prabhupada said automatically 1% of the population will become Krishna conscious. He told him this personally. He said, but if you, Nar Narayan, go out there, then, why not 100%? Thank you, Kuva. So that's the spirit. That is what it is to be Krishna conscious, not to just be part of a club, but to live it and apply it to our problems, to our material life, to every moment.
Srila Prabhupada came to Vrindavan, it was after he had left for less than 5 years. He had gone away to America, presumably to die amongst infidels or be lured by the temptations of the West. But anyhow, when he came back, surrounded by disciples, after having made a famous tour through Surat and other parts of India, big Pambal programs in Calcutta, in Bombay, in New Delhi, that were in the newspapers, were traveling by word of mouth. So when Prabhupada appeared there with a few of his many devotees, it was an astonishing event that people could not ignore. And when he marched through, it was a triumphant march. They did not fail to be deeply impressed, because who else in the history of Gaudiya Vaishnavism, even from the time of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, could lay claim to such a feat?
So this is the first Mayapur festival, which Nar Narayan Prabhu had organized. Mayapur 1972, I believe, 71, 72. And he'd always shake his head when he would chant kirtan.
He had told us to dig a pit, and that we dug a pit about 15 feet deep and probably around 6 to 8 feet wide, with a metal ladder going down inside. He said he was going to set the cornerstone. we had no idea what setting a cornerstone was going to be like. But apparently his friend and godmother, Puri Maharaj, had come bringing a little solid 24 karat gold Anantasesha. It was about 1.5 inches high. So Prabhupada was going down to the pit, and Ashok Amrita was holding the ladder. And then Prabhupada wants you. What? He wants you to go down to the pit. Why he wants you to go down to the pit? And I saw Prabhupada was walking down the ladder, and I came over, and I went down in the pit with Srila Prabhupada. And to me, it was symbolic enough. I'm in a pit with a ladder. Prabhupada, what more do I want? And we gather an accumulation of bricks, and then the bucket goes down with mortar and a trowel. So I didn't know what to do. And Prabhupada said, just gestured at us. We are building a temple here. He said like that. So I pick up a brick and I butter it with mortar and I set it down, and then I put another one, and I start to set it just very nicely like a chimney or something of that sort. Prabhupada said, no, not like that. And I said, how? He said, every which way. When he said every which way, he meant randomly. And then I started building, and I built this thing, and there was a gap in the middle, and the Srila Prabhupada came and placed the Anantasesh. He said, put more. After I pretty well hidden the deity with bricks, he told me to go up, and the others came down.
So that was for the cornerstone laying of the Mayapur temple. The young Bhakti Vaibhav Puri Maharaj, I think it was.
So that's the one from
I'm not Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj. There's, I think, 2 Puri Maharajas. So the younger one, not Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj. Yeah.
That is a pretty special honor to get to help lay the cornerstone of the Mayapur temple. Just take that in for a minute. Wow.
And in London, prior to arriving in India, he had worked with Srila Prabhupada in designing some concepts for the temple, which you can find photos there, sort of this stacked pyramid-looking structure. But that was. And this is now in Mumbai for the Bombay temple at Juhu Beach.
I went to the centennial of the Mumbai celebration, and there's Papa. He's also laying the cornerstone of the Mumbai Juhu Beach temple. Can you pause it in a second? I want to let this devotee share. Okay, just pause it. Okay. I'm just going to pause it real quick because there's a nice devotee who came here to share a little something, but he's got to go to work. So we're just kind of doing this as an improvisation, but letting everybody speak from their heart.
I feel like my story is a little insignificant to all this, but maybe 5 years ago I was in Govinda's and I saw Nara, and I told him that my mother's birthday is coming up, which is January 3rd, and I told her story that she's a Holocaust survivor, and so he goes, oh, really? Because I said his father was a Holocaust survivor, so I told him that my mother was my inspiration for really becoming a devotee because she survived the Holocaust by her faith when so many people gave up because they said there's no God. So he said, I'd like to meet her. And I said, well, her birthday is coming up, and I know some Yiddish songs. Do you think she'd like that? And I go, yes, yes, yes. So he had this little instrument. I don't know what it's called.
The instrument of string is what he called it. It's a backpack guitar. Did not refer to it.
And he said he knows Yiddish songs, and one of the songs is like, you know, you shall live to be 110. And at that time, my mother must have been at least 95 years old. And so he came over and he sang to her. My mother was real happy, and it was really great. We had a cake, And my mother just turned 101 on January 3rd. So maybe his prediction with this song that she'll live to be 110 is true. But my mother, she said to us both, you guys are, I really appreciate you guys are both devoted, but why not, you know, because he said he came from a Jewish background, why not stick with your own thing? He said, the Jewish people, they pray and they go feast. And the devotees, they pray and they go feast. So stay with your own. I said, what's the problem? And Nara said, well, the food is better at the temple. And I don't know, that's how it goes.
Thank you so much for sharing that. If anybody else wants to or needs to jump in or has something they want to say before they go, my dad's spirit was everybody's welcome. So just let us know. You could, give some signal. Back to the video, the old school days.
This is Los Angeles. This is here in Los Angeles. My father would often comment, he often was carrying the umbrella, and he said he had a kinetic relationship to the umbrella. The umbrella was there, and he saw it, and then it was in his hand. There wasn't anything in between. So this was a service he particularly enjoyed, as you can see on his face.
He's a spiritual rebel because he's the only one with hair in the picture too. Love that about him.
And just see how beautifully the temple room is decorated. He had arranged artisans to come from Rajasthan to do that.
And look at the onyx pillars that were here. My father designed. There's the floor he designed that we're still sitting on now. But it's beautiful.
We are receiving the transcendental knowledge through Guru Parampara, succession. So we have to simply take instruction from Guru, and if we execute that to our heart and soul, that is success. That is practical. I have no personal qualification, but I simply try to satisfy my Guru. That's all. My Guru Maharaj asked me that if you get some money, you print books. Therefore I am stressing on this. So kindly help me. This is my request. Print as many books in as many languages and distribute throughout the whole world. Then Krishna consciousness of man will automatically increase.
So there we are. That's the end of it.
Right. You want to say, share a little something?
I guess.
Prabhu, please.
Jan. And just something amazing, and just something of this temple particularly that Srila Prabhupada spent so much time, and we have footage. I don't know, if one observed when Srila Prabhupada offered his obeisances, his head was placed on a specific tile, you can see. And it's just such an amazing thing, that granular specificness of Srila Prabhupada's presence here. Like, it's not just sort of a general vague idea. He went to a place and he did things there and they were wonderful, but he rested his head on a specific tile. We can still see that same tile. It's still here. Much to that the floor is still here is because of Nar Narayan Prabhu's having spent the majority of the time when they were converting this space into the temple on reinforcing the foundation of the floor so that it can hold the marble floor on it, which is incredibly heavy. And so we can see after 50 years, basically, of jumping up and down, 3 to 6 times a day, this floor still remains. And so we can see from this example, and there used to be onyx pillars and things. He was taken off the project at that point because the temple president was freaking out that there wasn't progress being made on finishing the temple, because all that effort went into laying the foundation for the floor. And so someone else put up the onyx that he had the marble pillars in Mexico, and but they didn't remain. The earthquake fell, and they weren't actually anchored to the wall particularly well. And so this. Yes, yes. And so this, I just as a analogous to perhaps something we can learn from this is if we put that effort into a strong foundation, it will remain. It will handle not only enthusiastic jumping and down and celebration, but then also the devastating collapse of the facades, which may not have had as much effort put into holding them up. And so with that, I just wanted to.
I wanted to add something. He was taken off the project after taking too long on the floor. And that was a theme as well as all of my father's successes. He was also kicked out of ISKCON a bunch of times and banned and shunned and taken off of this and taken off of that. So it's important to remember both of those. And there's a lesson within that, that in retrospect, that harshness, that negativity that we put onto one another, we're not seeing the higher perspective. We have a range of potential in our material life and in our world. And one of the things my father emphasized, he had a saying, he said, the captain is good. Prabhupada told him this specifically when devotees were fighting about each other. Everybody was like, Prabhupada this person did that person did this. Everybody was squabbling. And we have so much potential. Look at the miracles that could happen in 12 years. Look at how many people attended that festival. My father had been a Hare Krishna for 2 years. Let that sink in. And that amazing festival, doing the impossible. So our human potential and our spiritual potential is something that has a great capacity. But if we live in a small perspective, and if we don't try to see the divinity and have that idea of true Krishna consciousness, how do we apply this? We're the servant of the servant. So by kicking each other out, by banning each other and all of that stuff, things still go on, but they go on to a smaller potential than what's possible. Look at how much is possible when we can come together. So that is also part of my father's story. It's not just black or white. His spiritual path isn't some perfect, peachy keen storybook story. But what I love about it is it's a real story. He applied this to his life, to every aspect of his life, to every person that he met. And as his daughter, he was my dad. I yelled at him, I screamed at him, this, that, and the other. We've had all of our fights and our differences, but in the big ways, he was there for me. He taught me so much. And it's important for us to take a beat and just remember, what? We were kind of mean to Nar Narayan. We kicked him out. We did a lot of different things. We didn't let him speak in the temple. Even at the end of his life, he was standing outside of the temple and, people were here and he didn't get an opportunity to speak. Let's just take a beat and take that in and just realize, wait, this was a great soul. This was a beautiful person. And he's fine. He is, he died with a smile on his face, with all this auspiciousness. Krishna took care of him. And he wasn't a perfect devotee. He went back to Godhead or somewhere close to there just by doing devotional service, not chanting Sanskrit perfectly, not doing all of this stuff perfectly, but, whatever small amount we can genuinely and wholeheartedly and sincerely apply to our lives and our material problems is important. And then truly taking a minute to try to be kind to each other, to try to include each other, to try to not be harsh with each other, because, that's important. And the potential of what we can do together is so much more. So the quote is, if automatically 1% of the population will... the quote, sorry, ADD. Another family trait. The captain is good. This is the quote by Prabhupada when people were fighting. The captain is good, the ship is safe. What do you care? Who's on board? And so that is an important thing to remember. We have a great process. Fighting with each other is just a waste of our lives and our time and our energy and our potential. So the more that we can understand each other and take a beat, not to criticize ourselves, I'm not criticizing anybody here, we're all family, but just to take a beat and learn from that and say, you know what? That person who's that weirdo over there in that corner, that eccentric person, that person that's got a big opinion over there, the reason why I call my father a spiritual rebel is because he was a big enough personality and senior enough and here with Prabhupada enough to create space for people to not have to be conformist. But that's part of his legacy too. So just a little side note. And I promised my dad I would let everybody know at his memorial, Nar Narayan was right about so much.
Okay. Well,
on that note, let's invite Swavas Prabhu to say a little something.
Hare Krishna. Yes, Nar Narayan Prabhu. He's a very colorful person, and I had a very colorful, 20 years with him here in New Dwarka. And we had some disagreements, but I think that most of the time we had a lot of agreements. He was actually very nice to me, I have to say, honestly. He would always encourage me. We had some philosophical discussions, and we had our ideas, but it didn't really affect my relationship with him. We still were really good friends. I actually thought that anyway. And I do go way back with Nar Narayan Prabhu. Yeah, I went to my first rathayatra in 1974 from Denver. And in 1974, he was the person that was in charge of setting up all the booths. There were a lot of booths that we set up. And, he was a passionate person, but now I know why. Because, I've been dealing with rathayatra for many years. You have to be really passionate in order to get that job done. And he was passionate. And being young devotees, we were just in our early 20s, and we didn't mind. He was a lot of fun. He was when it came to work, he was a no-nonsense person. In other words, if you couldn't do it, okay, get somebody else over there. He didn't waste time. He wasn't, there for just for showmanship or playing around. He was there doing serious business. So I really appreciated that particular style, and we worked with him. I think for a couple of years I did that with him. Not that I really knew Nar Narayan that well. I don't think I did. I was just a new devotee. But he was very kind to us all. He did invite me Subhadra's cart. We had to move Subhadra's cart in the middle of the night. And he kind of said, "Hey, you." And, I said, "Oh, me?" He said, "You, I want you to be in charge of this cart." I didn't even know what was going on. So, in other words, he was that kind of individual. Even if I didn't know what was going on, he just told me, you're taking care of this cart. You got to make sure that we take it from a particular point to the start. It was in the middle of the night. You want to go to sleep. And Nar Narayan never really thought about sleeping. It wasn't on his agenda, especially for rathayatra. So, that was my kind of interaction with Nar Narayan. He was a real get-it-done kind of individual. He knew what he was doing. He knew how he wanted to please Srila Prabhupada. And if you were in his association, you picked up on that. You picked up on that serious nature that he had. I never knew him to be a frivolous person. He wasn't a person that actually wanted to just, play around, because whenever I'd have a conversation with him, immediately 3 minutes into the conversation, it would get serious. I'm not sure if it lasted 3 minutes. It might have been 60 seconds. And immediately we're into the conversation. And you had to kind of know what you were talking about, because he was a very intelligent person. He was intellectual. and you had to know what you were talking about. Otherwise, he would just eat you up. Wouldn't he? He would eat you up. So it was very challenging. I had to know my P's and Q's. And whenever I saw him, I avoided him a couple times because I wasn't ready to get into a debate. I had things to do that day. But, he would catch me enough times where we had a real good discussions. It was always very nice. I have great appreciation for him. I can't say enough about the things that he did for Srila Prabhupada. As a Prabhupada disciple, I think he did so much that I hope someday I can even match a little bit what he's done. He was that kind of a person. And now I know why Srila Prabhupada utilized him so much. He was a get it done Prabhu. Okay? Nar Narayan Prabhu ki jai.
Thank you so much, Swabhas Prabhu. So I want to invite Bhargava to say a little something.
Yeah, Nar Narayan, he told me he wanted to be like the Buddha and just keep coming back until everyone was delivered to the spiritual world. I argued with him about that, but he didn't care. And Nar Narayan, a really wonderful quality of his was he was not as afraid to speak truth to power. Yeah. And he was a Prabhupada man. And when the leaders of the movement went their own way, he pushed the direction of management, which is the way Prabhupada set up how the movement should be managed. And he stood up. And stood up to power fearlessly. I really respect him for that. Prabhupada once told Jayatirtha, he said, if someone's doing wrong and you don't say anything, you share in the karma. So, yeah, it was fun to be around. Sometimes irascible. He liked to debate, and I was already convinced. So I don't want to debate him. But he and his brother was a very wonderful devotee too, Mukund Lal, who passed away. And they were both very stalwart devotees, and you didn't need to hear anything from them. You can feel it coming out of them, their devotion to Prabhupada. And Mukund Lal, he was the temple president in St. Louis. A devotee who was there at the time told me he was Nityananda crazy. So Lord Nityananda is the aspect of the Lord that's very much into compassion, bringing it out into the world, into the streets. So, and he got criticized for it, but it's good kind of crazy. And let's see if I can remember anything else. He was conservative about Prabhupada and Prabhupada's books and all. He didn't have an extensive understanding of Vaishnavism all over India. I do because I traveled around for the books. But he was stalwart into Prabhupada's books and Prabhupada's teachings. And he was very brave. Nothing moved him. Whatever he was into, he was into. You couldn't move him. He was an immovable object, and that was part of his beauty. He wasn't a yes man. You know, every organization has tons of S men. You know, yowza, yowza, yowza. And he wasn't a yowza guy. He was like Prabhupada guy. And he thought differently. We talked one time, and he told me how his brain worked differently. See, I know. But not just being eccentric, but his brain worked in a different way. So he had a capacity to solve problems that other people couldn't, just the way his brain worked. I don't know if he was autistic or not, but was he? Dyslexia. Yeah, so, yeah, he was a force of nature. We're going to miss him. And I hope he does go back to Godhead and not come back to the crazy material world. It ain't worth it, man. Go home. Let's Krishna send some other idiot down. Thank
you, Bhargava. our dad would say that. He said he'd want to stay in the material world. And right after his Shraddha ceremony, I was like, okay, I've performed the oblation, so now you're safely on your pathway back home. But then I was in the evening you're hearing the kirtan, and then this strong waft of fragrance came in. I was like, what is that smell? And then I went around the corner, something was drawing me. I was like, what is that burning? So what is that? What is that? It was the fire yagya burning inside, but I felt my father's presence, and I was like, Dad, I know you said that you were going to go back home, or that you were going to stay here, but please go. Like, we just try to recreate all these auspicious conditions. Like, it's better that you go there and put in a good word for us. Just joking around. All right, Ms. Tri, would you like to say a little something?
Nar Narayan, from the very first time I heard of Nar Narayan was during the 74 festival, which is when I think the first, correct me if I'm wrong, the big wave of devotees were able to go to Mayapur. And I was coming from Detroit with Govardhan and all those Prabhus. And there was a delay on the Indian Air connections, right? And an entire Boeing jumbo jet full of devotees was stranded. So Air India put us up at the venerable old Ashoka Hotel in Delhi. You were there, yeah. And which was the first luxury world-class hotel in Delhi ever. And it had been around for some years by that time. So and that was very unusual for all of us who were used to eating off of wax paper. So anyhow, the next morning we were boarded on buses. And Jai Tirtha Prabhu was in charge of the senior devotee on the bus I happened to be on. And he said, where's Nar Narayan and his Chinta? Where are they? So I was just a young devotee, first initiation only. I was deputed with another devotee, deputized, I should say, to go Brahma, and I've never seen Brahma again, but anyway, to go to such and such room to find Nar Narayan and his wife, Miss Chintya. So we found the room and banged on the door, hurry, 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 you have to come. Well, needless to say, Nar Narayan sometimes wasn't in the mood to be hurried. So we were kind of chastised. So the only reason I bring it up, but of course they came, is that much of the relationship over the years, at one time I rented a room from Nar Narayan when you folks had over there, La Siena in Venice. That's right, you guys were like little. I've received chastisement from him. But encouraging, and it would I've always loved him as an older brother, and whenever I would see him, and he would go, Nishray Gunya! It was a blessing, and I miss him so much. Horrible.
Thank you so much, Nistrai. I always, like, my father one-on-one could be a bit much, but you throw him on a stage, he's the keynote speaker, you know what I mean? So he was a lot, but he was wonderful. And let's see, would you like to say a little something?
We had a request for the people online. If people can sit over here, then the people online can see who's speaking, if you don't mind. Yes. So, Pavan Prabhu, if you can come. Yeah, we can. You can sit on the Vyasasan or
just a regular chair. I don't want to sit on Vyasasan. I don't need our hoopla. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we on? Oh, yeah. Okay. First of all, I'd like to say that in the Vedas it said that the daughter takes the characteristic of the father. We gotta. Do we agree? So thank you very much. my first meeting Nar Narayan was in Bombay in 1972. There were a group of 10 of us. They closed a lot of small temples in Fresno and Santa Barbara, and I forget the other one, and sent 10 of us. Prabhupada wanted some devotees. He wanted 50 people, 50 devotees to go to India. So Karanda arranged all these temples to be closed, and we all collected some Lakshmi to go to India. So when we arrived, it was somewhere in the, mid-May. Humidity levels like 95%, 110 degrees in the shade. And Nar Narayan had, he was looking into the future because after the summer heat, then there's a monsoon, right? So the dwelling we were in had a thatched roof, which collected mosquitoes and other things. But he put a big canvas over the top so it wouldn't leak, which meant the whole building became like an oven. It was I don't know how hot it was. It was about 140, But he never did anything small. It was always big, 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 big. So many things around that project. They had these. The place where we were staying was an old foundation, and they had, stacked up some bricks to make rooms about waist high, and then from there was bamboo with the thatched roof. So he built stalls, for taking a shower and all this kind of thing. Anything that was needed, he was always there. He was always there. And the way things work in India, if you want to, wash things down, you simply get a bucket of water and you throw it on the floor, and it goes out a hole, like a mouse hole, along the wall. So what's outside the wall, okay? The Bombay project was, the foundation of this building was in the center, and there were apartment buildings in a kind of a semicircle, or a circle around it. So, we're front and center, and all the wash water is going out into where? So I don't know if he must have got some coolies or something, but they got a big pit to keep this water. Well, it didn't smell very good, so he built a cover over it. So anytime, like I said, there was something needed to be done, Srila Prabhupada asked him to build a formal garden around the property that we had there, to invite nice people with wealthy people. So it was very important. But we didn't have any money. If we made a life member, then we had some money. Then we could eat. So he would insist that he had to have the money to build this garden. So he was always arguing with Giriraj. This is a long story, but anyway, they always kind of butted heads over things. So, but he was always, when there was something done, there was no obstacle. The obstacle was just something to get out of the way to get it done, right? The ultimate get it done guy, right? Okay. So after a while, because he was very loyal, he was the most loyal person to Srila Prabhupada. If there was ever a Prabhupada man, he was it, okay? And as a gentleman described, what's this DOM, maybe something you know about that. But he heard Srila Prabhupada speaking about Gandhi. And so it was Gandhi's birthday, and it just happened that the previous owner or somebody had erected a little monument, a little patio area, and I think they had a plaque. I can't remember if they had a bust or not, but anyway. So it was Gandhi's birthday, and a lot of locals, who were our supporters, came to this gathering. So Nar Narayan took it upon himself to speak very strongly all the nonsense that Gandhi was doing. There was no Krishna. I wasn't there at the time, but it made a big controversy with the locals and our supporters. So there came a letter from Srila Prabhupada. I think Nar Narayan should, go to Los Angeles. That was kind of the part of the deal that was going on there. So after about a year, I came back to Los Angeles. Of course, he was here. I was here from 1973 to 76 before I went to Laguna Beach and then San Diego. But all the things that people have been mentioning, what kind of a person he was very kind to me. When I lived in that Bombay temple, I came to understand what chipped rice is, because the only thing we had to eat was grains that they could not sell. Okay, so Pancho DeVito used to go down to the grain market and get all the rejected grains. Okay, and the dal beans are full of worms, so you have to, when you boil the dal, you have to skim the worms off the top. Okay, so this is kind of what we had. So he saw I was having a hard time. I was in survival mode. And so he saw it, I was having trouble. So he invited me into his little family, because they had a little cubicle inside in this hut. He and his wife, I can't remember her name. Anyway. Do you know? I'm not sure. Dinner. So they invite me for dinner, and they had real butter rather than if you know what dalda is, okay, with this, some kind of vegetable oil from who knows where. Anyway, but he was very kind. He was very strong-willed, very strong person, but he had a very soft side also. And maybe some years ago, here in Los Angeles, there was some kind of controversy, and he was very humble about it. And if those of you know what I'm talking about, but he had a very soft side, so it's like a big teddy bear. He was very, very kind, very, very kind. So I don't know how much more I can say, but he was a very big inspiration to me, and he really, looked out for me personally. So.
Thank you so much for making the long drive in the rain all the way up here to come to this memorial. And I wanted to invite my cousin Bethany to say a little something. No? Okay. So my father had this amazing, prolific spiritual life, and on top of it, he also had an amazing life as an art conservator in the public art, and we have one of LA's finest muralists, Ruben Soto, here. I wanted to pass the mic over to say a few words. Just your remembrance about Papa, how you know him.
Well, hello, my name is Ruben Soto. I'm a muralist besides my regular 8-hour job, but I met Nathan many years ago, and he was a very, very inspirational person to me, because we worked on different projects with Ken Twitchell, one of the well-known muralists, and I got to meet him, and he seemed very interesting to me all the time, and I always wanted to pick his brain, So I don't know. She took a picture of the last moments of his life, of me and him, and I put my forehead against his forehead, and it was a very spiritual moment, something that I will always remember. And I was holding on to his hand, but I can feel the pulse, And then I put my forehead on his forehead, and I can feel the warmth, and just the little prayer that I had with him. It was something very special. So this was what, last week?
January 1st.
Yeah.
No, a little before that.
Yeah. So I'm gonna miss him. But like I said, I always wanted to pick his brains. But we all the time we were doing something, we were working. We were doing the murals, so we were doing something like that, taking measurements. So I really didn't get so deep into more things about him and all that stuff. But just the time and the moments that we spent together, it was very nice. And I know he's up there, and it was a good time with him. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ruben. So Reuben was a colleague of my father's, and I must have posted somehow the word got around, so he decided to pop over. My dad wants us to work on a mural, a tribute mural. Yep, so we're going to do that. We have a lot of plans. But Reuben was just a colleague of my father's, so he just came by expecting to see the colleague that he was used to and say his respects, but instead he walked into this whole spiritual realm, right? He had no idea of any of my father's other life, which was actually his, so he kind of lived a double life as not really, he never hid who he was, but there were, he had his professional realm and then his spiritual realm, both were prolific. So it was fun to have Reuben come by to see my dad, but then to see him in his spiritual state, right? And I think it's been pretty beautiful and powerful. I'm so glad that you came, that we all reconnected. Let's see who else would like to say something. Vaikuntha Priya. Yeah.
Vaikuntha Priya. Haribol. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripatinbhya evacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. So there's a lot of devotees who did great service for Srila Prabhupada, and special service for Srila Prabhupada, like Nar Narayan. But one thing that sets him apart and that no one else has is that he's very dramatic and very Shakespearean. And I love this about him, really. And he had Shakti. Definitely, when you walked in a room, you felt the presence, And so I actually think he should have had a career in theater or something. It would have been so wonderful. However, which is the point that you're making, I'm so glad you said that, because I wrote that in my paper before you said it, so I said, oh, I'm not the only one who's saying that, which is great. Behind these theatrical externals, he actually had a soft, tender, and very gentle side, and you know that. Over the years, I've never done service with him, but because I've been in this community for about, 30-something years, we got to have a lot of exchanges and, and talks and things like that, and I was like to pry and push and know, and with that conversation I could see would come out of him. And he was really funny at times. He was just like going like that, like a little boy, and so he was kind of hidden away from most people, but he definitely was there, and he had a vulnerable side. And anyone touched by Srila Prabhupada had their hearts tenderized, and that includes your father as well. Even though it can be protected. And I know that from personal experience, being married to Brahmananda, which also was very big on the outside, and inside it's just little teddy bears. Definitely. Personally, I very much appreciate, of course, his service. And now, based on everything that you shared, when I go to rathayatra, I will be thinking about Nar Narayan in a different way, because I know his contribution, and that's so special. I don't know if Svavas left already, but I would like to suggest that along the photo of Jayananda, we also put the photo of Nar Narayan. I think it would be very appropriate. Anyway. Of course, I appreciate his loyalty and chastity to Srila Prabhupada. After all these years, he remained steadfast, fixed up on Srila Prabhupada, and that to me is so important after all these years. He left you kids, because I was watching you and your brother, just a wonderful legacy, and not just a creative one, an artistic one, but really a spiritual one. I saw you, the way you led the kirtan, your enthusiasm, and it was just so really wonderful. And I can see that that he planted the seeds within you, and the Bhaktilata beach is growing higher and higher with the spirit of Nar Narayan. So it's really, really wonderful. When I heard of his passing, because I'm not on social media, I always have the kindness of a devotee call me and he said, oh my God, Nar Narayan passed away. I was like, wow. We had Omkar pass away in November, then Ajita, Kritagama's mom, and now Nar Narayan. It was like so many people are leaving. So we immediately went, to see him and to see Shakuntala. And I walk in a room and I was like, literally, we were shocked. There's Nar Narayan, full of surprises one more time, young looking, really peaceful, beautiful, just beautiful. And we're like, wow, that's amazing. I don't know many people who look that good after they leave their body. Honestly. And I just went to a bunch of funeral and cremations and everything. And it was like, well, that's Nar Narayan for you. Till the end, he's going to surprise you with something. So that was actually just very, very sweet. And all I say, Nar Narayan, is that we're going to miss you. And thank you for all this wonderful service, and we love you. And Shakuntala and Kuva, thank you so much. This is a wonderful event, and you definitely brought the spirit of your father here. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Martin, will you come by and say a little something? Thank you so much, Vaikuntha.
Hare Bol. Do you have a soul? You are the soul. You have a body. We're all part and parcel of Krishna. That's what he used to say. And 17 years ago, I get emotional because he had a huge personality. And when you have a huge personality, guess what happened? A lot of people get jealous. They don't have that gift, that huge personality, colorful, powerful, so they can put you down. He had that huge personality, but he also had an amazing heart. So 17 years ago, I met him for the first time, and that's what he said to me. Do you have a soul? And that's how I met him. And now I go to meetings. I speak at AA meetings all over the place. And when I speak, I bring that up. And they jump in their seat, And I teach them that they're not their body, they're a living soul that has a body. But because of him pushing that forward so strong, it goes in my head all the time, And a few years back, before COVID, and he was going through some tough times, and he was sleeping in his van. And Shavin and I were with him every night for months. Every night. Behind the little church over here, he parked his van. And the first thing he would say to Shavin and me, Martin, you hungry? And he will fix me a sandwich. He will open up his back of his car, fix Shavin a sandwich, fix me a Shavin. Did you have enough? Have another one. I'll make you another one. He will make me another sandwich. And we had a fellow, his name was Jeffrey, he used to come to Govinda. And he was going through some amazing stuff, suicidal at the time. And we would all get together there, and your father, Shav, and I, and Jeffrey. And it was unbelievable time. That's when I really got to know him close. And every night before I go home, I go and check on him. Every night. For many, many months. Maybe a year and a half. Shavin was there for months. But, like I said before, we have to be careful.
like you said, judging people. We need to come together to love one another. And when you see, you don't know when you see a person last here on earth. And by the way, he didn't pass away. He left his body. I can't stand when people say, your mom passed away. I said, how dare you talk about my mom like that? She left her body. He was a living soul. He left his body. And when you have that big personality like he had, and he was intellectual, he was very smart, he was a brilliant man. And you're restoring art for Getty Museum. And I mean, he did so much incredible stuff. And he was so talented in so many different areas. And I used to go down and see him in his workshop down across the street here. And he was going to build something so they could clean the deities. And he was down there late at night working by himself. He wasn't afraid to take action, like you said, get it done now. I was, you know, and sometimes I need a little push. And we all need a little push sometimes. So I appreciate when you said that, because we need a push sometimes to get things done. We can sit and pray to God or Krishna as much as you want and say we need prasadam, we're hungry. Well, we're going to starve to death. I got news for you. We need to take some action. Either make that prasadam and go out and get it, or at least walk somewhere to where they have prasadam. So we got to take some action. But and then Jefferson, he had his little temple over there with his, you know, she was his wife, and we were over there, and it was amazing. He was also an amazing chef. He cooked up a storm of food. It was like unbelievable, and we had he had a nice service going on there for quite a bit of time, and a lot of people were staying there, and he gave them rooms to help them out. So that was wonderful. But ego, see, he will always come up and talk to me. I always go. I try to talk to everybody and tell everybody I love you. Because we don't know if this is going to be the last time we see you. So, on this earth, on this plane. And I believe it's like this. We are like airplanes in a way. You know, at the airport, and up in the tower, the guy said, ready for takeoff? And then the next flight go. So we don't know when our takeoff is going to be. Our time here, like Punyatama used to say, we're here for 100 seconds. We're here for 100 seconds in the big picture. The earth has been here for millions of years. We're here for 100 seconds, and it goes dead fast. So I'm so glad I went up there with Anadi and Kubi and Shakuntala. I could go and do a little errands, and you went to pick up the deities. We sat with him for 3-4 hours, and it was an amazing, amazing time we had there. Amazing. And he was quite alert that day. So that was a wonderful time. And he loved you, Clytie. He always asked me every time you saw me, you seen Clytie? Oh, I love Clytie. He said, are you having something at our house? Next weekend? Make sure you tell me, Martin. Make sure you tell me if you see me. So he loved to come out there. And that was a time that he was going through maybe a little tough stuff here. So he loved to come out there. But he was an amazing man. And I get emotional because when he was dead down and out, sleeping in his van, he opened the back and he made a sandwich. Shavan, Jeffrey, me, and he wanted to make sure we ate enough. And he would make me another sandwich. And sometimes I couldn't have anymore, but I took another one just to please him. But the sandwiches were so good, I couldn't say no thanks either. They were just unbelievable. And we had so much incredible time together, and he would share to us about Prabhupada and all his time in the Krishna movement and as a devotee and everything. It was just a wonderful time. So we need to let go of our ego. A lot of people don't know what ego stands for. It stands for edging God out. So get rid of your ego And when you see a person with a big personality, maybe Krishna have gifted him a little bit extra. Don't get jealous. Go up and learn from that person and give him a hug, because those are the people that reach the world. A quiet person doesn't reach the world. A man like Nar Narayan, he reached the world. When he came, he was such a huge personality. It was like incredible. And I loved when I saw him. I just, and debate, that's good. Debate is healthy. It's very healthy. But love one another, and Hari Bol.
Thank you so much, Martin. We have a Nar Narayan impersonator, which is a wonderful thing. It's way better when Martin does it than when I do it, too. Clayton, on that note, I'd like you to say a few words.
Wow, I'm just, I want to just really share the sweet memories I have of this soul. I can't even remember the first time I met him, but I feel like it was around the time when Jyotir came in the world, and his love for her was just so palpable, and even just, his naming her, and I was just always really touched, because, just feeling his father's love for Jyotir really touched me. I know he had many children, and you were all in that love flow. But that was when I first kind of met Nar Narayan. And then, one of the sweetest and funniest moments was the first time he ever came to one of we had a lot of home kirtan gatherings since my daughter was born, like 15 years now. And in the old days, when she was like around 5, we had like a huge space, and I know some of you came there in those days, and we would sometimes have really, really incredible, ecstatic, huge kirtans. And the first time your father came, he blew me away. He showed up with like 2 huge trays, this big, like from the kitchen, I guess here, of lasagna. He's like, yeah, I just got up this morning and I started cooking, and we were like trying to fit them in the oven, and it was just amazing, because he was an older Prabhupada disciple. So I was really touched by that as well. And then the sweetest memory for me, being a Harinam devotee, is, and it resonated when you told us earlier in the video that Prabhupada said, go out and chant for the world, take your guitar and go chant. Well, those are some of my sweetest memories of Nar Narayan. Everywhere, here in the temple, out on the street, and in our home, just picking up a little backpack guitar and singing the sweetest, most simple Prabhupada melodies, and everyone would be chanting and dancing. So I'm carrying that energy and that spirit of Nar Narayan with me, because he was always so encouraging too of your enthusiasm for Krishna. Whatever way we're called to serve, it may not be being a pujari on the altar, but every jiva, every soul has their path of devotional service, and that's what I loved about him was that incredible spirit that I think does come ironically from the 60s. I was born in 68, so I always feel like I'm like a child of that era. And he was always encouraging vision out of the box and just letting it fly. So my deepest prayer is that his spirit lives on with us and inspires us all to take risks and do great things for Krishna. Nar Narayan Vishvakarma Das Prabhu Ki.
Yay. Let's see who else. All right. Tom.
Get stiff sitting there. Right.
Tom speak, and then we'll have you guys, Tom is sitting there to speak, and then we'll have you guys say something on the screen. Does that sound good, Karen?
Hare Krishna. So, since Nar Narayan has left his body, I have been going back in my memories, and things I haven't even thought about came to me. Yesterday I told Shakutala, I said, I said, when I rented a room way back, I said, I had a little cassette tape we made of Nar Narayan and I playing music together, and I said, I don't know where it is. I said, I've found it and lost it so many times through the years. And so last night I went home and I'm going through boxes, and so then I thought, well, even if I find it, where's my cassette player? You have so much stuff. So I went to find a cassette player, and there was that one tape right there. I found it, and the tape, I marked it at the time. It says Tom and Nathan, 1983, trumpet and harmonium. I found it. Oh my gosh. Now that's the good news. The bad news is I taped over, I think, some of what we played, so I have like 1 minute of him chanting, but I thought the Maha Mantra is transcendental. If you say it one time, it's so I want to play it for you. I lived with him. I rented a room. I had been around the temple for many years, and I was tired of traveling back and forth to the temple. I said, I need to get someplace near the temple, because this is, I was staying in hotels around. It was getting expensive. So I forget, $60 a week, something like that. There was many devotees and artists who were renting in the house down on Dauphin. So I practiced my trumpet in there, and one day he had time and he got the harmonium out. We started playing, little songs. I had a little folk song book, and I'm not sure exactly where this is going to start. I think it starts, we're playing Hava Nagila, and then the chanting of him for a minute. So probably can hear the trumpet more than his harmonium. So this will end in a second. Better that time. And when we get into what the song is suggesting, that's when we're close to. I'm trying to tell him how to play music. When we're close to what it's suggesting. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare
Why don't I kick it back to zero and see what
Kick
we
it
got?
back and I can work on some of these things. You see the differences? So that's where it ends, and I think I must have taped over at that point. But there may be an original tape. This tape looks too new. It looks that might be a copy of the. This is a tape recorder for you younger people, in case you don't recognize this device. I don't even know where to buy them anymore. A couple other little things. Sitting here in the temple room, I was at every Sunday feast, obviously for the prasadam, but also it was an amazing event. There's nothing else like the magnificent Sunday feast, especially back in the day of when this temple was like packed. On Sunday evening, you could not hardly even walk in that back door. The devotees and the prasadam was served out here in rows, and the buckets were going up and down. We were back to back, and it was amazing. But in the afternoon, before the event would start, it was kind of peaceful in here and quiet. And many times I was here, and Nar Narayan would walk in, and he would start to chant in this amazing loud voice, you know, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. And it was like, oh my God, who is this guy? You know, and then he would launch into the string of prayers. But I think he was like in trouble. You know, he was calling for help. You know, many devotees will come and they will, oh my God, I need Krishna. You know, and they will call out. And I think he was doing that. So, I've had, you know, every time he saw me, he would Tom, you know, like exuberance, like, you know, do I deserve that? I'm just me, you know. But he was more excited to see me than so he always made me feel good. He made people feel good. I learned all about his mural procedure. You know, he was inventive. That hasn't even come up. He invented this whole procedure, and who would even think of doing this, to remove murals. A mural is like on a wall of concrete, and he developed this process to remove the murals and be able to transport them to other locations. And it was very involved, because, you know, they're so fragile. But a whole lot more about him, and I'll hello to anybody that knows me online and those who don't. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Tom. My father was such a prolific person, and I never really realized it because he was just my father. But in trying to even put together into one paragraph who he is, there's so many sections. There's so many sections that we are. Kuba, it's not really the best time to watch TV. Maybe a little in a couple minutes. Kuba loves TV, you know. Anyways, but so you could ignore that and listen to me for a minute. He's so prolific that I've realized towards the end of his life, I made him a few promises. So one, the first and foremost, I told him, I promise you, Dad, I'm going to tell everybody Nar Narayan was right about Prabhupada kirtans, about the mood of 1968, about Dharma, about the direction of management, about Prabhupada's original books. Those are his primary things, but then there's so many secondary things. Passing the mic, not just chanting at people, not, you know, empowering each person. Just so many lessons that he absorbed deeply into his heart from Srila Prabhupada, and he applied in every aspect of his life. So I am going to take this year to work on a book, because I realized I can't put in a paragraph all these different things about my father. But in a book, I want to put in a nutshell what he taught me. And a guru is a teacher. I never took initiation, you know, from one of my father's colleagues, because I had my father, because he's been my guru. He was the person when I was 18 and suicidal and wanted to die and was an atheist that was there with me. I had actually tried to slash my wrist at one point, and he came with a big knife, and he took his arm, and he started slashing his own arm, and he's gushing blood everywhere. And he said to me, you know, and nobody could help me in that moment. People were giving up on me, but in that, my father never did. He was there in the trenches with me. It was a pivotal time of my life. And he said to me, you know, I've failed Srila Prabhupada. I've failed Krishna if I haven't taught you that you're Sat Chidananda, that at your core, you're eternal, you're blissful, and you're full of knowledge. So whatever you're going through that makes you want to kill yourself, like that understanding, if you come from that platform, that if you operate from the position of spirit soul, not your material conditioning, automatically that, you know, bleep, 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 bleep will go away, whatever it is. And that has been a profound lesson that I learned. The second thing he told me, because I was like, you know what, I grew up around this. I grew up around a lot of hypocrites. I grew up looking up the nostrils of the Hare Krishnas, seeing, when all the glossy stuff goes over behind the scenes. I know all the different stories about all of our material lives, and there's so many beautiful things, and there's so many real things. We all go through our stuff. But this moment, my father, who I see now that he's passed away, he has always been my guru, but I really take him as Prabhupada, of course, is my guru, but I really realize that everything in Krishna consciousness that has fueled me and helped me to go on was because of my father taking that time to help me. And he would allow me to blaspheme anything, to say anything, to criticize. And the only way that he understood that the only way that I wasn't going to be a blind follower. I wasn't going to just go along with something. I don't want to be part of some cult or some group or some whatever. I wanted something real. I wanted something real and truthful. And my father allowed me to criticize and to say every possible thing, and he stuck with me, and he philosophically defeated me and battled me over and over and over and over again. Till finally, one day he asked me, Shakuntala, go in your room, and because I was an atheist at the time, go in your room and just ask Krishna if he exists. And I said, okay, I don't, he's like, Krishna is real, so go in your room and ask Krishna if he exists. So I said, and this was the most profound turning point in my life, because I really did want to die. I didn't want to be part of this material world. I thought even if I earn and get everything materially that I want, I'll die in the end. What is the point of even being here? And he said, go in your room and ask Krishna if he exists. And I did that, and I prayed to Krishna. I was like, listen, if you're not here, I don't want to believe in you through anybody else. I want to see you with my own eyes, and I want a vision or something, Krishna. But if you exist, that would be really cool. Like, please show yourself to me. And 2 weeks after that, I had been walking back and forth in my backyard. And one day I was like, Dad, what are these logs back here? What is this? What are these? And he's like, oh, I didn't tell you. We're carving the Jagannath deities. I was like, what? And the process of them being carved, the shavings of these deities right here were filling my backyard. And I was a cigarette-smoking 18-year-old suicidal teenager, just, hanging out with graffiti artists. But I wanted something that was real. I wanted to feel happiness. I wanted all the material things that everybody wants. But that kind of happiness is something that my father was able to help me understand that I could feel through this spirituality, but not in a way where I'm following along. It has to be something deep and real. So anyways, long story short, I realized that Krishna did come to me in a form. I never had that vision. I was really hoping for just show up in front of me or something. But it turns out that I don't have the spiritual eyes to see Krishna. I don't have the spiritual senses to be able to perceive him even if he was right here. But that is why we have the deity. The deity came to my home in my time of need when I asked that question. And these deities of Jagannath manifested themselves at a time when I just wanted to die. And it was my father not giving up on me, and using Krishna consciousness for what ails me, applying this to our life. And he taught me just innumerable lessons. So I wanted to tell you, I'm putting all of this in a book called Spiritual Rebel. And I want to preserve his legacy, the legacy of 1968, and that mood of 1968 that never left my father. So the deity, Krishna did come in the end. In retrospect, immediately I didn't have my vision, but in retrospect, those logs, those deities, that process, I was carved into another person. My life changed, and it was because my father was extra. It was because he didn't just give up on me, but and it wasn't sing-songy, it wasn't sweet, it wasn't pretty, it was real. And Krishna consciousness applies to our real life. This isn't some hat I put on. I don't put some clothes on to become a devotee, and then I'm not a devotee when I'm not wearing these clothes. None of that matters. My father taught me that's not the important part. You could wear those clothes, you could have hair, no hair, this, that. That's fashion at the end of the day. It's fashion from Vaikuntha, but still, That's not the most important part. How we apply this to our real life, to our struggles, to our darkness. And he taught me not to be afraid of my darkness. He taught me to go into it, get to the heart of the matter, because Krishna is there. And so now, in retrospect, I now see him as, he's always been the person that has taught me the most about Krishna consciousness in the times that I've needed it the most, and taught me the most important thing is how to apply it to my everyday life. And of course his motto, we don't believe in miracles, we rely on him. He learned that from Srila Prabhupada. He said Prabhupada would tell the artist, Krishna will guide you from within. So, that lesson alone, just right there, just let Krishna guide you from within. When that's spoken by a person who lives that, who has operated on that, and, when there was an obstacle, that's when he would apply Krishna consciousness. And throughout the good times and the bad times, he was steady in a sense of the dharma, understanding that you have a duty. If he saw somebody living in their vehicle, he had anybody who was in a desperate situation come and live in his home. There was a woman who was a single mom. He heard that she was living in her car. He invited them in. So many different stragglers and people. I'd always be like, Dad, why is this person staying here? Why this? Why that? Everybody was welcome, and everybody was equally treated, given prasad, spoken to the same way, and, treated like they were special. Even, it was very annoying sometimes. Like, we'd go to the store, and he's still having this deep interaction with that person, trying to, even at the grocery store, at CVS, wherever we were, that are you the soul? You have a body, you are the soul. So all of those things, he was supposed to write down at one point. Prolific books. I was just sitting in the back seat waiting to be the recipient of it. But now I feel a calling that in this year, I want to put together some of his most important lessons, memories, teachings together into a book called Spiritual Rebel. And I want to work on his Instagram, so anybody who's listening and anybody who's here, we can share memories. There's so many photos, it's just impossible to even get all the photos. We have stacks of them, and they're all so good. We didn't even get into the art conservation or any of that stuff. So with all of your blessings and help, I would like to work on this book. And in 1 year, we're going to have another fire yagya. We're supposed to, according to the tradition. So that will be on New Year's Day. And I wanted to create, he always wanted to do World Sankirtan, so I wanted to create a World Sankirtan Day in his honor. And I had asked Spavas if we could do it on his birthday, but he was like, no, that kind of conflicts with something else. But my dad found the perfect moment to leave. It was December, and he was really slipping away. And at the end of his life, he truly turned into this saintly being. If you see photos of him, he took no medication. He didn't complain. I kept saying, aren't you in pain, Dad? I think we should have, shouldn't we be giving him morphine? That's what I've seen everybody else do at this time. But no, he was clear and conscious till his last breath. I got to hold his hand till his last moments. But anyways, I wanted to offer, my ADD is happening here, I wanted to have this special festival of World Sankirtan. It was one of his missions. And I'm hoping that we could start a new tradition of World Sankirtan. And by Sankirtan, I mean chanting. Prabhupada, my dad was a stickler about how Sankirtan is distributing books, but in this reference, I'm talking about chanting of the holy names in Prabhupada's melodies. He called them Vaikuntha melodies. So just putting that out there, I'm trying this new tradition. Anybody who wants to help with keeping his legacy alive, the legacy of 1968 and all these things, reach out to me. And are we almost ready for our online friends? Okay. There's Karnam. Okay. All right. So while my brother is working that out, who else would like to say a little something? Shravan, Rupa, do you want to say? Let's let Shravan go, and then maybe you, Rupa. So everybody save the date. 1 year from now, I declare that we are going to be celebrating World Sankirtan for New Year's Eve, where we're going to try to get as many people around the world to virtually and in person chant on that day to help my father's vision and dream come true. And then the next day, I want to invite you all to his Shraddha ceremony. I'm going to do a fire yajna on the first day of next year. And have another memorial for those people that weren't, or more remembrances or things like that for those people who weren't able to make it today. So with no further ado, here's Shravan.
Thank you. I was thinking what I should be talking about, Nar Narayan Prabhu and Martin, and they both covered everything. So World Sankirtan was this big thing, and I really wanted him to live longer, let's do Gerson and this and that, But he was totally that he is the soul. He didn't care for the body. That he would come back for the next 10,000 years. That was his thing. That was his mission. And he said, I said, I don't want to come back. So that's the only place where we differed. And he has a group of people who want to come back that he was talking to. Anyway, so I wanted him to live so bad because it's already there, the World Sankirtan. In India, people are already chanting Jai Shri Ram, We just have to change that to Maha Mantra. And the 100,000, in the stadium that he wanted to do, it's so close. I really wanted him to live, the next 5, 10 years, even 20 years. I never thought he would leave his body. I mean, many times you both said that he's so close, he almost left, when you went back to Sacramento. I didn't believe that one bit. I knew that he was going to live long. And, it is what it is. Unfortunately, I'm really sad about that he had to go to the next body. But we can definitely spot him. We will find him, in the World Sankirtan. In a stadium, making 100,000 people chant. Right?
Yes. That's it. Hare Krishna. Thank you so much, Shravan. On that note, I want to invite Jyotir and Lali to come on over together. And just going to steal a chair here for my little angels. So my father was very much into legacy, and these two beautiful girls come sit, were the legacy, and are part of the legacy. So I want them to just share a few things. And my father always had this vision of Jyotir entering an assembly where they were having World Sankirtan. He predicted that would happen. And even that she might be on an elephant. And the thing is with my dad, I actually now believe that's going to happen. So if it doesn't, I might just organize it for him anyway. So it'll happen. But with no further ado, here is Jyotir, my father's almost youngest.
So,
youngest daughter.
I didn't know I was going to speak, so I don't have anything like written down, and I don't really know what I'm going to say. But, yeah, my dad, he just always tells me, like, throughout all the years, that one day, Jyotir, you're going to ride a baby elephant in India and lead kirtan. And then I always denied it. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. But I think I'm going to have to do it now. And, since I'm my dad's youngest daughter, I didn't really have any like super cool moments, like didn't see him carving the deities or anything. But something he did do with me is that he always took me to Costco. That's what he did with me. And yeah, that's just a special thing that we did. Yeah, and he like always told me like, oh, the ladies there were like, hey, where's your daughter? Whenever he went there alone. Yeah. No.
He took me to Costco too. Once or twice. Not all the time like her. But let's see. My best memory with him was, I think I was like 6 or 7, and he taught me how to sharpen my first knife. He also, when my mom told him not to, but he taught me anyways. And then I cut my finger, but it's okay.
Can I say something about that? He had a philosophy of learning. He said that his father, so he grew up on a farm and carved his own toys. So he was taught by his father how to do dangerous things carefully from a young age. So he believed in giving kids knives and sharp things that are dangerous things or responsibility. He's like, it's better to give them than teach them how to handle a knife carefully. Yeah. So he had that philosophy with my daughter, but when it was great. It's like me, sure, I want to do something big here, but wait, I don't want my daughter touching it at least 5 or whatever. We still pass on to this tradition.
I guess he taught me how to build a bike and ride a bike. He also kind of taught me how to steer a car. I'm not supposed to tell anyone that, but we were in a parking lot, and he let me sit on his lap and steer the car while we were driving. And I got to reverse it. It was pretty fun. I think I was 8.
I didn't know about that.
Exactly. He taught me. I don't know.
In the future, he was very much in his legacy. He loved these two beautiful girls so much. Do you want to say something more about that?
Well, I guess I never really thought of him as my grandpa. He was more of my best friend, and he never had anything bad to say about anyone, at least not to me. I mean, I'm sure you said so. Well, yeah, he's always had good things to say about everyone, and he loved everything that I did just because I did it. And that's like something that I knew was true about him. He just loved everything that I did because I did it. And that's why I love him. He cut my umbilical cord too. That was pretty cool. I don't remember that. Thank God.
Well, when Lolly said that, I just remembered something that he told me a lot.
Oh, no.
That when I was born, he also cut my umbilical cord, just to let you know.
He cut my umbilical cord first.
But he told me that when I was like just newborn, I was just newborn, like I was asleep, and then when the doctor held me up, I just kind of looked around a lot, just like whoa, where am I? And then I moved around a lot, and then I just stopped, and I would just fell asleep or something, and I was like,
it's not normal.
Okay, and he thought that was something special, but
He
I
said
don't know.
that you're very intelligent as a baby.
Yeah.
Amen. Live, laugh, love.
Thank you, girls. Beautiful speaking. So I want to introduce my other sister, Karnamrita. We share the same father because my dad adopted her. Loved Karnamrita very much. Are you able to say something, Karnam? Let's see if it works. Okay, we just need to get the audio. We're new to this technology. So Karnamrita drove all the way. She just arrived from India and drove all the way down to see my dad. Made a special trip to see her. And maybe we could just bring the laptop, maybe not on the big screen. And where did Narottam go? All right, well, while they are... We're just trying to figure out so we'll get back to Karnamrita in a minute. Are we ready? Okay. I'll let them work out the technology there. Who else would like to share a little something about Papa? How about Patrick and Nanda? Patrick Hogan.
Hare Krishna. So, Nar Narayan, Vishvakarma Prabhu. One of a kind, for sure. All right? My relationship with Nar Narayan was sometimes there was conflict because he was very opinionated. And I learned the hard way that you can't present an opposite opinion in his presence without a vicious debate. So I remember once I was sitting on the fence across the street and Nar Narayan came up and started talking, and I had learned the hard way. I should just listen and accept. And after about 15 or 20 minutes, he goes, "Prabhu, I don't know what it is, but every time I speak with you, I become so Krishna conscious." And I was thinking to myself, we don't have a conversation, Narayan. It's all monologue, right? So, but I always found him very, sometimes annoying, but always endearing. He had that quality about him that he was so enthusiastic, and he loved Prabhupada so much that he just exuded that, and everything that he said and everything that he did. Once he was up here, this was just a few years ago when we had Prabhupada's disappearance day, I believe it was, up in the Prabhupada's quarters. And during the day, devotees would speak and their memories of Srila Prabhupada, and somehow Nar Narayan didn't get a chance to speak, or a chance to speak enough, and he was kind of complaining to me. We were across the street afterwards and saying, all these devotees, they didn't have personal association with Srila Prabhupada, and they're all talking me. And then, so he's up later in the evening in Prabhupada's quarters, and he's so enthusiastic about telling his story that I think Giriraj Maharaj was conducting the services up there, and he kind of, Giriraj Maharaj hands the microphone off to another devotee, and Nar Narayan comes up and he takes the microphone and says, "Prabhu, is it okay if I speak first?" Right? So then he tells his story about how Prabhupada was coming once to a certain temple. I forgot where it was. But he said there was no Vyasa-san. So this was did you ever heard that story? So he said that this was, kind of an emergency, right? So they had to build a Vyasa-san. So Nar Narayan goes, "So we only had a half a day left, and we had to put a Vyasa-san together. So I said, 'Bring me lumber,' and they brought me lumber. I said, 'Bring me foam,' and they brought me foam. And I said, 'Bring me velvet,' and they brought me velvet." And the rest of us were just laughing hilariously. I mean, because he was just doing it was out of his love and his enthusiasm for Prabhupada. But we thought afterwards, this is just like reciting a passage out of the Old Testament, It's just like, but he was so animated and over the top that you had to love the guy. I think probably the most moving thing for me from Nar Narayan was, well, of course, I always said that he was the ISKCON's greatest storyteller, because he was able to tell the story, and we realized that he embellished it, but it was so wonderful and so beautiful that you appreciated it. But he said once to me, and talking about the World Sankirtan, he talked about having stadiums full of people, 50,000, 100,000 people, and they're all chanting Hare Krishna. But he said once to me, I think Kubala, you might have been there. Where's Kubala? He said something about he does not want to go back to Godhead until every soul in the material world is liberated. Right? I thought, that's incredible. I can't say that. That's like Prahlad Maharaj, But he really meant it. He said it from his heart. He wanted to liberate every soul in the material world, and he's willing to stay here until that happens. So that's amazing. What an amazing person he was. What an amazing soul he was. So thank you.
Thank you, Partrik. And yeah, my dad was never full of show or artifice. Whatever you got, good or bad, it It was 100% authentic. Do we have Aunt Karnam yet? Kuvi? No? Okay, well, I will have Rupa Manjari pop on over. All right, we got Karnam. I'll pause on Rupa Manjari because we have been trying to get my sister, Karnamrita, to say something. Yay, this is my first virtual kind of experience like this. Let's do it, Karnam. I love you. With no further ado, my sister, my father's daughter, Karnamrita. You can speak now, Karnam, if you like. Do you want to say a little?
Thank you so much. There's a bit of a delay here, so I'm just going to. I'm speaking.
Sounds good, Karnam.
That's how big the delay is.
Yes, we can't wait to hear you.
So I'm going to start speaking, and I'm not going to pause, but I'm going to speak probably 30 seconds ahead of what you actually hear. First of all, I want to offer my obeisances to all of you. I want to offer my obeisances to Nar Narayan. And I want to offer my obeisances especially to Kuva and the Kuntala, because I know what this is to honor our parents who put Prabhupada's family first. I really appreciate how you both took care of him so beautifully. And it's not easy to watch your father or your mother leave this world. But I've noticed how much energy the both of you have, and I know that comes from our beautiful father, Nar Narayan. I feel really lucky that Nar Narayan adopted me. He kept telling me for many years, "You're my daughter, you're my daughter, you're my daughter." And I don't know how many of you know me on a personal level, but I never knew who my father was. And so Nar Narayan just wanting to adopt me as his father, as his daughter, really touched my heart. So I came down to see him about, I don't know, I think it was October. And many of you have said the same stories, that he wanted to cook for you. And I would be driving down from the Sacramento area, and he would always say, "What have you eaten? How far are you?" He would call me every 15 or 20 minutes. "How far are you now? Where are you at now? Are you hungry? What do you want to eat?" And like so many of you have shared, there was so much that he had cooked and that he wanted to share with me. Of course, it was a bit, there was a lot of excitement in what he made, because there was steamed asparagus with mangoes, with sweet rice, with salad. It was like a jumble of everything, but it was like everything that his heart had was on the table for me. And I would always stay with him. I would take him up to the rooftop and massage his don't say anything. And my mother had the same, where the cancer was in the bones, and she also didn't take medicine. But she really relied on her japa beads. And I saw that same Prabhupada. Vaikuntha Priya said it so beautifully. Those touched by Prabhupada were tenderized in their heart. And Nar Narayan was so tenderized in his heart that if you actually, if you had any depth of vision, if you had any larger vision, you saw what a teddy bear he was, as Martin said. And I was at his apartment in, I don't know, that Sepulveda Street apartment, and I noticed that he wasn't getting around, he didn't have a car, he was kind of there by himself. And I said to him one day, could I please take you on the metro down to the Santa Monica Pier and go get a tea with you and let's go walk on the beach and chant. And he was really excited, so we got on the subway, or whatever you call it, the metro. And we ended up going to a very sweet little coffee shop. I didn't know it at the time, but it was called the Ivy. And, you know, he wanted to tell everybody that I was his daughter and take pictures. And then on the way back, we went to the ocean. And he held my hand and said, let's leave our mantra here together. Which one do you want to chant? So we both went over which were our favorite. And for like an hour we stood there and we would sing each of our mantras that was our favorites. And we got back on the train. And this is where the interesting point about my experience with Nar Narayan came at so many. Besides the fact that when I was in LA this year singing for Rathayatra and he wasn't well, there he was right at Rathayatra in the front row. It touched me so much. But we're coming back on the train and there's this Indian woman on the train. And for those of us that go to India a lot, you use the word Desi because it means someone from that area. So he got really excited when he saw her and he said, oh, you're from India. I've been there many times, and where are you from, and are your parents Hindus? And this Indian woman's face, she was a young girl, maybe, I don't know, 20-something. She was just starting to get more and more angry looking at him. And she was like, I'm not Indian, by the way, I'm Bangladeshi. And he had hearing aids, he couldn't really hear. So it didn't really dawn on him, why her face was changing angry, and he didn't hear what she said. So then, and then the next thing she says is, and I'm not a Hindu, I'm a Muslim. And then she says to him, but you really shouldn't generalize people like that. And she started giving him this politically correct lecture in front of everyone on the train, and people could hear it, and people were kind of quiet because she was making a big deal out of it. And Nar Narayan can't understand what's being said, and he's completely confused. He has no idea why her face is turning all these other things, and I found myself feeling more like a daughter than I've ever felt, and I finally stood up and I said to that girl, you have no idea how much he's trying to tell you that he loves and tries to find the similarity between you and him in this moment. He's not trying to find the separateness between you. He's trying to find the connection between you two. And he's doing it out of love. So I wish he would look sometimes, instead of the politically correctness, look for the heart. This man is all heart. And all the people on the metro clapped. And
wow.
Train,
woo!
He was like, that doesn't make any sense. And I'm like, I know, you come from another generation. And I love that about Nar Narayan. We would be in the hallway or at the pool or in the grocery store or on the train. And he saw Paramatma in everyone. artist, though he was an original Prabhupada disciple that did so many of the foundation laying. He had time to treat people like everybody was a devotee. And I'm just grateful that someone like him asked me to be his daughter. And I send you, Shakuntala and Kuba, a lot of love. I see a lot of joy on your faces, and I know that he's living through you right now. I see them in you. And the last thing I want to say is that I came down to LA around to see him. And Kuba had to go in the other room, and Shakuntala wasn't there, and we had this whole hours together sitting. And all I wanted to do, when I walked in, I cried. And he couldn't quite lift his hand, so he took one of his other hands just to get the strength to lift the other. And he just reached up and he wiped the tears away from my face. And it was just he was so tender. And he was so loving. So, remembering my mother and all the ways that I took care of her, I took the lotion that was nearby and started massaging his feet, just very. And I said, "Can I look at Prabhu?" And he just smiled so big. And so I sang the Samsara Dava prayers. And every time I got to the end, I would say, "Vande Guru Shri," and then I would pause and look at him, and he would say, "Charanara Vindam." And so after the first song, we sang the entire Samsara Dava prayers together. And I had a memorial for him here in my house, and we all just sang the Samsara Dava prayers, and I feel in my heart that that song is now dedicated not only to the Acharyas and Srila Prabhupada, but very much to Nar Narayan, who, as Shakuntala said, was a teacher to so many of us. And I appreciate very much that I get to share, that we all got to share him. And I appreciate that you shared Jyotir and Lali getting to speak with us today.
Love you, Karnam. Yeah, creep.
Thank you, Nar Narayan, for your beautiful life and your service. And for those crazy, beautiful horses on the first rathayatra. Those were beautiful.
Karnam, can you sing Samsara for us? Sing Samsara for us. Samsara.
Okay. I have to, just 1 second, I have to mute one of these pages because when they're both on, it's really hard to hear. 1 second. All right.
Accept the thing.
Samsara.
This is getting filmed.
Samsara. Should we sing it together like that?
Sure. Samsara Dava Naralira Loka Janaya Karuna Ganaganatyam
Praptasya kalyana gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda
Praptasya Palyana Gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda
Tananitya Gita Vaditrama Janmana
Maritya Mahadyam Manasodase Vande Guru Shri Charanarvinda Jivigrahara Dhananijanaja Shringaratanman Nirapachana Tasya Bhakta Shanakinja Gopi Vande Guru Shri Charanaravind
Bhagavad Prasad Shraddhana Triptan Hari Bhakta Sangha
Rakhtaridashi Bhagavad Prasad Dharana Vriksha Hari Bhakta Sangha
Triptaiva Triptin Bhajato Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda
Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda Sanasya Vanabolubhasya Vande Guru Shri Kunjayuna Yati Keri Sirai Ayani Yati Yakinchanira
Vande Guru Shri Charanaravinda
Pratikshinasya Bhalavasya Vande Guru Shri Sakti Sangam Vande Guru Shri Charanaravind
Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur, Jaya Vaishnava Thakur.
Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Jaya Vaishnav Thakur. Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Prabhupada. Kalpacharupasya Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha.
For being such a beautiful light and for letting Krishna shine through you, regardless that other people were intimidated by your shine. I'm so glad you were brave and you shined to your biggest jewel and your biggest chintamani, and you let all of us shine by showing us how you shine with Prabhupada's love. We love you.
Love you. Thank you so much, Karnam. I love you. That was beautiful. Bye, my love. Oh. I love you. I love you. I love you. Karnam? Can she hear us? No. Karnam, can you hear us? No? Okay. That was so beautiful. Yay. I want to pass the mic over to you to say a few words. No?
I wanted to follow up with Karnam. Yeah. Just on that theme of Srila Prabhupada's offering one's humble obeisances to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet, I wanted to share from sorry. I wanted to share from the time I was assisting my father prepare for leaving his body. A moment which I hope to carry with me every day of my life, and which I hope to convey to you that you may also carry with you for the rest of your life. She'll have to sort out her thing. So I was taking care of my dad in the apartment nearby, and in the morning we had sort of basic things. Light would shine in through one particular window, and so after I would bathe him, I would roll him onto his side and push him towards the window so that he can get light on his back, which was, at this point, he was bedridden, so he wasn't getting much sunlight, and what to speak of on his back. And so he was resting there, and then someone knocked on the door to come visit him. And it was Mother Shantatma, who is a dear friend and who had been part of the community for so long, and she came to visit him and to see him. And I unfortunately had to turn him away, or her away. She had her hands clasped And she said, well, can you give this to him? And so I put out my hands, and it was a pile of flowers, flower petals offered to Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet that morning for Guru Puja. And so I took them and had my hands cupped, and I had flower petals, two palms full of flower petals, and a garland. People had brought garlands and individual flowers and things like that. They're very easy to figure out what to do with. But what does one do with, 2 palmfuls of loose flower petals? And as I walked over, he had asked who was at the door. I had said it was Mother Shantatma, and he had kind of come back to his onto his back, and she brought these flowers from Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet, and I was, what do I do? You don't put them in vases and whatever. And so something prompted me, just place them on his head. So I cupped them and just sort of slam dunked them onto his forehead, and he immediately kind of responded in his body, and he clasped his hands together in pranams, and he had muttered with the weak voice that he had at that point, "I'm so undeserving of this." And then he started offering a prayer under his breath. I didn't hear what he had said, and he just stayed there with the hand, and I just kept them there, because he was, so long as he still was receiving something from that moment. And I felt, something of the sort of electrical charge of this relationship between Srila Prabhupada and Srila Prabhupada's lotus feet and himself, and how fully he was receiving this mercy from Srila Prabhupada. And, that was, kind of, not, I just somehow got in that moment, like we have a choice, in a sense, how fully we receive Srila Prabhupada's mercy, and something which, before that moment, because when she gave it, I was like, what do I do with this? And for him, he was highly attuned to receive exactly that gift. And they were not just flowers, which were probably going to get thrown out, afterwards or whatever. It's an everyday thing that we encounter. Every day we offer flowers to Srila Prabhupada, every day, but that he accepted each petal in that moment in their fullness, that these touched the lotus feet and were offered by so many devotees out of love to Srila Prabhupada, and he received that fully. And that has shaken my understanding of Krishna consciousness, like how earthquakes shake and lift mountains up higher, kind of thing. And I hope to remember that, and to continue to value those everyday experiences we have access to receive Srila Prabhupada's mercy, and to dial up the volume, to not allow these to become everyday things. And part of my checklist of devotional good things to do spiritually or something, but to be able to receive fully, as my father did, Srila Prabhupada's mercy.
It's so beautiful, Kuva. And I wanted to share, even in this assembly here, sometimes we can come into the temple or into a kirtan and it's very formal. There's a lecturer and then the rest of us are sitting down. It's not an environment where you really want to say anything, or it's hard to open your heart. But we're not here. Go other places for a lecture. But what my father taught me, through the saintly person that he was and through the way, the truly humble ways. He might have been loud, but he was never, anyways, the point is, the atmosphere of opening our hearts, of having the reason why I had everybody sing in the assembly is because this is also, my father was also a very sensitive and psychic person, and he was aware of an alchemy. So there is always, in any group, there's an alchemy that's present. And if people in that group environment, if the majority are uptight, then everybody feels uptight. But when we start breaking down some of these barriers, which is who my father was and what he did, he would break them down by having everybody sing. You know, he was the old Prabhupada disciple. He could have been there forever on the microphone, but he taught me, no, you give it to the person who just came here. You give it to the guy who doesn't even know the mantra. You give it to the child. And then when everybody does that, there's a magic that happens. And these little subtle distinctions are so subtle. It looks like the same thing. This is kirtan and that's kirtan. But there's a huge difference between the kirtan where one person is singing at people and another one where people are being invited to come together. And that was the mood of Lord Chaitanya. He told me, he would talk about how Lord Chaitanya's ecstasy would come. Some people would sink to the bottom, others would float, others would get swept away in the ocean of mercy. So we all have a range, you know, do we want to sink? Do we want to float? And he gave me the confidence to try my hardest. Like, I'm not into singing kirtan, honestly, and I grew up with Gauravani and Karnam, so I'm just like, I'll be in the back seat, you know, you guys drive. I'll just be backup singer or whatever. So I agonize over having to sing. But when I do, and where I learned to sing was just with my family, with my dad, with his guitar, and our Thanksgivings and our family environments. Here in this temple, I would never have the courage to go stand in front of a massive crowd of people and belt something out. I wouldn't feel comfortable. I wouldn't have the courage to go sit on that Vyasasana and pontificate about my spiritual realizations. But all of that structure, it serves a certain purpose, but it's not the heart of the matter, as my father would say. This is the heart of the matter, breaking down these walls, breaking down our differences, breaking and coming from our heart. Life is short, and in my father's last days, you know, Prabhupada said something. He said, if you don't utilize this life in Krishna consciousness, then it's suicide. It's suicide. If you don't take this moment, even our time with him, even my time with my dad, I gained so much, but did I get the maximum? No. There's so much further capacity that could have been gone. So I want to invite everybody who's here to become a little extra, like my father. Put that extra in. Take the extra push. And in my own personal life, if I didn't have, he gave me that extra push right when I thought I was defeated, right when I thought there's no chance. And I never give up until it's really out. Sometimes I have to really give up. Sometimes you have to. But 99.9% of the time, if you put that, it's in that 1% of extra that makes it or breaks it or that opens something up. But I feel this assembly in this temple, and this is the atmosphere that Srila Prabhupada created in 1968. And when we are engaging in these subtle distinctions according to Nar Narayan Vishwakarma Das, we can benefit from the wisdom, you know, of all of that. And we have to remember to break down these walls. If you find yourself, you know, going through the motions of the kirtan, then snap out of it and sing from your darkest place. Sing from your, I don't want to see your pretty side around here. Go show me your darkness. Go bring that to the light, because that is why we're here. We're not here to fake anything, and we're not part of some club. We're not the Elks Club or whatever it is, you know, with our traditions and rituals. This is transcendental. This is something powerful, and it's a simple process. But even just chanting isn't the same. You can chant your japa and go shlok, shlok, mom, mom, or you could chant from your heart. You know, you can sing a kirtan at people, or you could sing it with people. You could sing a kirtan from your ego or from the deepest part of your soul. And what my father taught me, one of the most profound lessons is just that. And I just see, even in this assembly today, nothing was organized, everything was going wrong, and I knew that it was going to be okay. It's raining, we didn't invite people, we didn't get the word out, but I knew, I was like, Nar Narayan style is to wing it. Nar Narayan style is whoever shows up, it's going to be beautiful. And I want to just thank all of you guys for being here. I want to invite Susie to say a little something.
Oh, okay. Speaking of a heart of gold, Nar Narayan, this is some years ago, there was a devotee that lived here named Shankari, and she had a daughter named Radha. And unfortunately, Radha had a terrible car accident. And she was, you remember that, right? She was on life support. And they really didn't expect her to ever wake up. So they transferred her to county, I think, USC Medical Center. Nar Narayan was there day and night. He never left. He never left her side. And I know this because Krota Shama and I were going down there a lot, and he was there. And he had the kindest, most soft heart. It almost makes me want to cry. I mean, he had so much compassion because Shankari was done for. That was her, daughter. And your dad just was there. I mean, like, right there. And he always had the right thing to say. So he really did have a lot of compassion. And then another thing I wanted to say is the deities that your dad, remember he did that with Bob Rubahan, Vikramini's husband. These are old-time devotees that I met through Krota Shamani when I moved here. And they wanted to say their condolences to you and, everything that you, all the good things. And because Bob Rubahan really, really liked your dad. And he's an old-time Prabhupada disciple too. They worked on the first carts in San Francisco. So they're up in Yellowstone now. He's a ranger. But he said that your dad was just a character, but at the same time, heart of gold, same thing. So that's the thread that's running through this. Didn't matter that he was eccentric or he was this or that. The fact is he was a kind person. And what do we leave the earth with? I mean, isn't that a wonderful legacy, really? On top of everything else that he was? So I just want to say that. And one other thing. I saw him this summer at rathayatra, and he came over and he was being very complimentary as usual, and very dramatic. And I said to him, well, you're looking really good yourself. And he said to me, and I'm going to look exactly like this at my Shraddha ceremony. I swear. And it was funny because I didn't know your dad was sick. Because, I've been gone and then, COVID and the whole thing. I didn't even know. So I thought to myself, is he just trying to be funny? And I thought that for a while until Jaga Janani called me and said, do you know Nar Narayan is about to leave his body? I'm like, what? She goes, well, we just went to see him. And I said, now it all fit into place. So he said, but he was kind of funny too. He had a funny side, didn't he? So refreshingly funny. So there you go. And did you want to say something? Yeah, go ahead.
All I have is, just the same wonderful experience of him always saying something really kind, sometimes very loud. I was cashiering in Govinda's for many years, and so, he would always have something really kind to say, and I'll always remember that. But otherwise, I didn't have a lot of association. But I'm so glad I did get to go see him that last day. So grateful for that.
Thank you so much. Sarah? Who? Oh, all right. Let's go. Rupa Manjari.
I also didn't prepare anything, but just what comes to mind is people questioned my marrying Nar Narayan, and I would sometimes get asked, why did you marry Nar Narayan? And there are so many reasons, but I would say above all was his kirtan. It made me really just fall in love with him. When he chanted in these beautiful melodies that Srila Prabhupada gave us, and I chanted in response, there was just something amazingly kinetically magical about it. And that came into play when we went to India after our wedding. And we were on a train going from Ahmedabad to Mumbai. And it was late at night, and for some reason Nar Narayan decided he wanted to start a kirtan on the train. And it was one of those trains where there's like 3 levels on one side, 3 levels on the other, and then 2 levels on the end. And so we started chanting, and at first everyone that was there looked at us like we were crazy, because Hare Krishna, and but we kept chanting, and gradually they started joining in. And more and more people kept filing into the car where we were chanting to hear what these crazy white people doing. And Nar Narayan started passing, or just telling people, you know, you lead. And they all got a chance to lead. And this kirtan went on for hours, and it just kept building and building. And finally, you know, we reached the crescendo, and then we finished chanting, and you know, it was like preparing to go to sleep. And it was dark, except there were these lights flashing all over the place. And I kind of nudged him. I was like, what is this? What are these lights flashing? And we could hear our voices chanting. And all the people there were sending our chanting video out on their cell phones to like all their friends. So who knows how much traction that got. But it was very nice. And another memory from that trip was we were in the, I forget where we were at, but we were at some public government building. And we were, again, chanting in the building. And there was this one man that, and Nar Narayan was going around and like having people lead again, like he always did. And he went up to a man and said, you lead. And the man was like, no. And he's like, come on, you can do it, you can chant. He's like, but I'm a Muslim. And Nar Narayan was like, what did he say? Oh gosh. What? No, he didn't say Assalamu alaikum, but he basically said, he said, you worship Allah, right? And he said, yes, I worship Allah. He's like, is Allah all attractive? and the man is like totally, he's flummoxed, he's completely flummoxed. And he finally says, yes, Allah is all attractive. And he said, all right, Hare Krishna is another name for Allah. And Hare Krishna is all attractive. So if you say Hare Krishna, it is also saying Allah. So now with that in mind, can you say Hare Krishna? And the man's like, Hare Krishna.
That was a good one, good one. I noticed that Sakiras just arrived. Shimon Potensky. I wanted to pass the mic over to him. Share a little memory. Just pull anything out of a hat. Nobody's prepared anything.
Well, I just remember Nar Narayan as being very, I don't know, well, he was different than everyone else, you know. He always welcomed me with singing of a Polish song, because apparently, well, originally he came from Poland. Well, his father was from Poland, and he would always sing Pije Kuba do Jakuba, Jakub do Michała, which basically means it's like a party song that says that Jacob is drinking to Michael and Michael is drinking to Jacob. And he never knew what the lyrics meant, but he would always come and, oh, Sakyaras Prabhu, Hare Krishna, Pije Kuba, Doya Kuba. And that was his way of welcoming. And I think he was an awesome dad. I spent...
Carmen asked if you can sit over on the chair so she can see you.
Oh, all right. I spent several Father's Days with him for some reason. It's just happened that I used to come to LA from New Vrindavan, and it so happened that at least twice I spent Father's Days with him. And Shakuntala was, of course, very fond of her dad. And I remember one time everybody was saying something about their fathers and what they appreciate them for. And Shah said, Dad, I love you so much that when you pass away, I'm gonna stuff you and put you in the corner of my room. So there was some loving exchange between a daughter and a father.
Anyone who went to his cremation, that was actually a fake body, the real body?
He's still in Shad's room. Well, I think that's. I didn't really spend that much time with Nar Narayan Prabhu. I always met him at the temple. Actually met him in New Vrindavan too. He stayed. He stayed. He was very impressed by my hospitality because I let him sleep in my bed. So that was, which actually he gave me my first webcam as a token of appreciation for letting him use my bed. Yeah, like a camera. It was an Apple camera. It was a very good camera actually. It was like, oh, I got it recently, but you are so nice, so I thought I'm gonna give it to you. And so those are my memories that I can remember right now. He's certainly missed.
Yeah. Come on over. I forgot I used to always tell my dad that. I've been dreading this day, this moment of my father leaving one day. I just couldn't imagine it. And I used to always tell him that I'm going to put you in a jar of formaldehyde. Like, I can't live without you. I'm going to taxidermy you. I'm going to stuff you. And we had a he was very spiritual, but he was also just very fun. He was my genuine friend. Beyond the spirituality, that's only one aspect of it. There's so many aspects, but yeah, I'm dreading this day. But it feels so much better than I thought it would if I remember him and I remember all the things that he gave me, and I feel him so present. As a matter of fact, I worked hard on that Shraddha ceremony. You better have gone back to Godhead. You better not be here still. I want to invite Sarah to come over, though. But yeah, no, I didn't taxidermy him.
Hare Krishna. Hearing all of these stories just makes me think how fortunate we all are to be here, and thank you, Shakuntala and Krishnamurari, for creating this atmosphere of loving exchanges. I really resonated with so much that you said. So thanks for creating this. So the things I remember about Nar Narayan Prabhu was how encouraging he was in my service. He came with me once with Rupa Manjari to Skid Row to distribute prasadam, and he just did it once with me because I used to go every week. And then 10 years later, every time I see him, that's the one thing he would always say when I saw him. Are you still distributing prasadam? Are you going to Skid Row? Yes. Like, he just, he saw the good, like you were saying, that was the mood of Prabhupada. I wasn't there, but I think, to encourage people, and no matter what faults they have, just find the service that they do. And so that's the main thing I remember, that he just would always encourage. And then I went to some of your home programs, the kirtan programs, and I always remembered those because it was just such a loving mood. There was no politics, no hierarchy. Everyone was spirit soul, and we would all just chant, dance, and eat prasadam. And I was like, this is how simple it can be. And it was so great. And then his final day, I had heard he was sick through the social media. And I was going on a big trip. I was like, okay, when I get back, I have to go, say my thank yous to him. And I just kept pushing it off, things come up. And then I woke up on December 31st, and something in my heart said, you have to go today. So I came and I did, and it was the day before he left. So I was just really grateful that I got that, got to tell him thank you. And thank you, Krishnamurari, for welcoming me in that day. And then the last thing I'll say is from Gora, the devotee who was here sharing about his mother, he sang the Yiddish song. He wanted to share one more thing, so he asked me to share it on his behalf. So this is his story. He said once he was with Nar Narayan, and Gora said, you can eat anything you want. What prasadam would you like? And he wanted a sandwich. So I heard a lot of other people talking about sandwiches. Was that a thing? Did he like sandwiches? I don't know. So Gora said he just put a few things, and then Nar Narayan kept adding more and more things to the sandwich, and it was like this huge sandwich. And Gora said, how are you going to eat that? And Nar Narayan said, well, smash it down. And so he said that he took a brick and put a paper towel under it and like smashed the sandwich with a brick. So I wasn't there. I'm just repeating the story that he asked me to share. Yeah. So, and last thing I'll say is the fruit does not fall far from the tree, right? They say you can tell a tree by its fruit. And so we have this lovely, devotional, amazing fruit, not to compare you to fruit, but wonderful children of the movement here of Nar Narayan, and that just shows how amazing he was. So thank you.
Do we have anybody else virtual? Okay. What were you going to say?
With the sandwiches, the myth is, it's not a myth, it's a reality. He would, I lived my younger years with my mom, and then I moved in with my dad, and he would make my lunches, and he actually would have to staple the like standard lunch bag closed because it was filled with so much stuff, and most of it was the sandwich. And with one sandwich, I was able to like feed 4 other kids. They'd be sitting there with their like white bread and salami and like some mustard, and then I had a sandwich which was just as tall as it was wide. With the it was like a cube rather than yeah, they were amazing and had all sorts of things, mango pickle, and when he'd cut cheese, he'd never cut them in slices. He cut them in wedges. Like I don't know how it always would bother me. Still until I was like. Yeah, living with him again shortly before he, when he was just started getting sick, and he'd cut. I'd come to the cheese, and it'd be like hacked, like it was like wood, and he used a hatchet. But anyhow, yeah, his culinary culture was something extraordinary, and something as a kid. I mean, you just want to be normal and stuff like that, and he was anything but. But and yeah, just that I have friends, if I called them up from elementary school and middle school, and probably the first thing they would say is, I loved the lunches that your dad packed for you, and that there was so much left over that you would share with us. And it was just, there was a whole following of kids who were all like seagulls, they would hover around me when I had a tiffin, and each one was stacked full. He'd make eggplant parmesan, and like all sorts of amazing dishes. But just that sense of hospitality and desire to feed people is it's such an admirable quality, and hope to. Hopefully we'll be able to emulate shortly as well.
On the subject of food, we didn't touch on his art conservation career, but he restored, but you got to be here for this, Kubi. He restored the murals. He had a technique, somebody mentioned, where he could take the paint off, the Strappo technique that he invented, where he could take the paint off of the wall. And I was like, how did you come up with that idea, Dad? He's like, I knew that the paint wanted to come off of the wall. And I was like, okay. And he figured out a way to engineer leaving the wall behind, and there's art law. Artists have rights because of the ability. Now they get a certain period of time to remove their work or protect it. And so he's...
The Vera Act, a federal law, was passed because of his ingenuity and expertise in testifying with a particular lawsuit. And it enabled muralists to have rights over their images after they are painted onto the wall. Because before that, it was just part of the wall, and so the owner of the wall had the rights. But through his innovation and testimony in court, then that they became works of art, and they were actually viewed as independent of the.
The wall and the paint became viewed independently and having different ownership or jurisdiction.
And it's changed the art world, public art particularly, forever.
So are the deity doors about to open? No. Okay. What was I going to say? Oh, on the subject of food. On the subject of food, though, I wanted to just mention a little highlight that Kuva was part of. I wasn't so much a part of this, but he spent years. We had all these art restoration adventures that we haven't gotten to touch on. Years of working in churches for the archdiocese, restoring. He was always big, so large painted objects of various sorts. So for big institutions, for the city of LA, for, all throughout. Anyways, he would have a crew of people there, and his spirit, the spirit of Prabhupada, was there with him, with every person that he met, and even on site. So he would be by the side of the freeway cooking khichdi, feeding the entire staff of people. Like he would cook everybody lunch on the side of the freeway, rigged it up with his car and this and that, and would cook all the workers and all the different people who were there prasadam, and even though he was working, he'd still find time to talk to each of those people. One person I didn't get to let speak who is here, who popped up, was the person who blew up these photos from us at Moto Photo. I really am bummed that he left before I got to grab him and have him say a little something. But he, even the guy from Moto Photo came when I got these pictures printed out and I told him it was for my dad's memorial. He came all the way over here because my father was somebody, that he considered a very dear friend, and he told me a story of his, and, so my father would just shop, go to Costco, get some photos printed, but he would make dear friends, and he would ramble on and on. As a kid, it was very annoying. Like, I've heard that story a million times, blah, 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 blah. But he never did end up writing down any of his books, which I was so sure that he would do. So now I'm so happy that he repeated these same things and really ingrained them deeply in my mind. And yeah, just the way that, I was so blinded by him being my father that in retrospect and towards the end of his life, I really see how through and through, like I've seen my father in the best of times. He was, when I was little, driving around in a sports car. We stayed at fancy hotels. We've traveled the world. Then he had a time where he had to live in his van, and through all of it, who he was consistent. That is like the qualities of, and he truly treated, all these people the same way. Innumerable times, and he touched all these lives. Even the person at Moto Photo came all the way here, because I'm sure he has a million customers, but my father, he took that time. He genuinely loved to connect to people and with them. And, the people who were lost on the gruffness and whatever his little extreme things were, the magnitude of his goodness and his beautiful heart and everything that he stood for and everything that he emphasized, matters. So hopefully we can all remember to prioritize chanting Prabhupada's melodies, to try to test out Papa's theory of reading Prabhupada's original books. He says that, there's just an alchemy and a shakti of the unedited versions that is powerful. And I personally agree with that. All of it is beautiful, but there's definitely something very special about those early editions, and the idea of breaking down some of these barriers that divide us, and opening our hearts to each other. When we sing, let's sing from the deepest part of our soul, and when we do whatever we do, you just try to do it to our max. Did you want to say something? Perfect.
So before I really got to know Nar Narayan at all, I would hear about him. And generally speaking, it was negative because, I don't hear from devotees how he's a ritvik, how he's suing the BBT for $1 billion and this type of thing. So I always thought, well, this is somebody I probably should kind of try to keep at an arm's length, not really get involved with. But he would see me, we're living here in the same block kind of thing, and he would always be friendly, and he would always try to, introduce some like Krishna conscious type of conversation. And that went on for some time. So finally, at one point, I just decided, you know what, let me just talk to this person. So one day I sat down with him in the restaurant, and I said, can I take prasadam with you? And he said, oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. So I just started asking him if he had any association with Srila Prabhupada. And, of course, he had a ton of association with Srila Prabhupada. And so he started kind of telling me. And not like in a boastful way, but I was trying to pull it out of him. And you know, he told me something, and I said, well, what else? And what else? And I just kept prodding him to, you know, like I wanted to hear everything. And it was a lot. And I realized as I was listening to him speak, like, whoa, you really can't judge a book by the cover. You know, here's somebody who had a lot of association with Prabhupada. You know, it's special. I mean, that's my theory. I just have this theory that it's not an accident that somebody, a soul, gets that opportunity to be that close to Prabhupada and make good on it. He didn't just, I mean, there's devotees who are very close to Prabhupada and, you know, they seem to, you know, move away, but Nar Narayan did a lot of service. I mean, I think most of it was mentioned here today at one point or another. But did you mention about the Vyasa-san? He was the, yeah, well, he was the project manager. He didn't build it himself, but he was the project manager for the Vyasa-san. Of course, it was mentioned how he made those deities. Who makes deities? I mean, you know, he had some incredible accomplishments. And so, yeah, and that, you know, I just realized, well, this is a great devotee. You know, this is a great devotee. And I sort of, you know, I said to myself, Prabhu, you know, I think you're really underrated. You know, you should have an opportunity to, you know, be more involved with how things. Anyway, he kind of appreciated that. But so to me, it's just, I learned two things from him, and one was that, as I said, you can't, just like you can't judge the book by its cover, you can't judge a devotee by his quote unquote reputation. You got to go past that. You got to really kind of try to get to know the person to find out what's going on, because a lot of times, just you know, social processes. It's just people don't get a good rap, and it's unfortunate, but you know, that's what happens. And that somebody is in disagreement with their god brothers might mean something, but it's not like everything. You know, I mean, somebody, you know, there's a lot of things that have gone wrong. A lot of mistakes have been made. It's not like, you know, the guru system was squeaky clean perfect. It's not like the GBC has never made a wrong call on anything. So that god brothers disagree and, you know, butt heads with each other on different issues, I don't think that's like an indication that if somebody's on the other side of the GBC or the other side, that you know, necessarily means that they're, you know, not a great devotee and not even that they're not correct. So anyway, another way I connected with your father, Nar Narayan Prabhu, was my family's also on my mother's side from Poland, so from a Jewish background, Polish family. I can't remember the name of the town, but it was something around the periphery of Warsaw. And when I mentioned, I remembered it at the time when I was talking with him, and when I mentioned the name of the town, he knew very well that place, and he told me kind of, and so we connected on that level too. And he wanted to meet my parents. They were both alive at the time when I did this, but just we never got around to it. It never happened. But he mentioned it a few times that he'd like to come down and meet my parents. And they probably would have enjoyed meeting him, to be honest with you. But unfortunately, we just never got around to it. Anyway, I just wanted to add that on there. Thank you. Hare Krishna.
Thank you, Brigapati Prabhu. That was so nice. Close it. Okay. Oh.
Just on that point, and the sense of judgment and understanding devotees, something that was very dear to my father was the practice of Istagosti, and it was something he conducted our family on that basis. I wouldn't recommend how we did it, but unless you got it, yeah. I mean, it was you have to have some nerves of steel, but the creating a safe place. What Srila Prabhupada had said of Istagosti is that it is a place where one can express doubt. And in our Krishna consciousness movement, certainly I've lived by this misconception that I have to be some expression of perfection or something like that. And often when things don't quite work out, when I'm not operating at my best, I hide that and I try to just look good. And a huge opportunity is missed. And what tends to happen, there was actually a letter I was found Srila Prabhupada had written to my father from 1968 perhaps, or maybe 69. He had gone to New York to build the altar for the new temple. I think it was 62 2nd Avenue, had opened up, and it was no longer the storefront, and now it was, I think it was a tuxedo shop. And Srila Prabhupada sent my father there to build the altar, and my father had asked, can you make a drawing as to what it should look like? And Srila Prabhupada said, Krishna will guide you from within. And so he's just like, whoa, okay, like that's, and so he'd gone, and then Brahmananda, first thing he says, Haribol Nar Narayan, so did Prabhupada give you a drawing? And then he's like, no, he told me Krishna will guide you from within. And he's like, you know, and just kind of, and he did. There ended up being, everything that he needed was there on the balcony under, a pile of dust like this thick. There were marble slabs, and so he found them on the balcony, and found that. And in the basement there was all sorts of like oak paneling or walnut paneling or something, and he took that, and everything came together. And it's much different than the altars that are traditional, and devotees didn't have an idea what it was, but it worked, and it pleased Srila Prabhupada, and so I can't go bad there. Yeah.
I visited Nar Narayan, a few weeks ago when he was over there in the apartment, and of course you were there, and he wasn't, in a talking mood at that point, but you kind of narrated, you kind of gave a whole outline of his life from the time he got initiated and major achievements. Anyway, I just wanted to mention a couple of things that, that he said, that you told me at that time. One was he asked Prabhupada a question, will I ever become a pure devotee like you? And Prabhupada said, yes, why not? You were in the process. And then he paused, right? And he said, but it may take some time. That was one. And on another occasion, he remembered, Nar Narayan remembered Prabhupada saying, Krishna consciousness is the art of desire. And then he asked him a question once. He said, if Bhaktivinoda was a pure devotee, how did he have so many children? And Prabhupada answered, yes, he's a pure devotee. His senses were given over to Rishikesh, the master of the senses. His senses were reeled up on spools. When it was the Lord's desire that he have children, he unspooled that propensity, and when it was finished, he spooled it up again. Did I get it right? Yeah. And maybe you could say something about the garden. I knew it was mentioned, but you gave me more details about the garden in Bombay, how the workers, and yeah.
I just wanted to say that I went to the Juhu Beach Temple for the first time. I was on my own to India, and Kuva's going to tell the history of this story, but when I got there, the head pujari was like, oh, you're Nar Narayan's daughter. And all over the world, I hear superlative Nar Narayan stories at all the different temples, but the head pujari is he'd been there for 1,000,000 years. I can't remember his name, but he's kind of a famous head pujari there, strict, serious. He's Indian and just stern, and he was like, I want to see you after this artik. And I was like, okay. So I was like, kind of like, am I in trouble, or what, like, what is this about? So then when I met him after the artik, and he's like, I knew your father, I want to talk to you. And he put a blindfold on me, and he walked me over to a tree, and he put my hand on this tree, and he took the blindfold off, and he said, your father planted this tree. And that is, because he did that, we were able to have this temple here. Like, I was there from the beginning. So Kuva's going to tell you that story.
Yes, so there was a land dispute. Mr. Nair, who's the owner of the land, had actually sold it to multiple people. And it was in court being battled out. And Srila Prabhupada, being Srila Prabhupada, was determined to win. And so he had sent this group of devotees who had joined him from the first tour when he first came to India. And they lived in a bamboo shed, basically, and rats would nibble at their feet at night and scamper on the like the rafter. That there was bamboo, like woven bamboo, and there were holes, and so sometimes that the rats had chewed, and then they would run and sometimes hit a hole and then fall through the ceiling, bringing with them droppings and all sorts of things, but landing on the devotees as they slept below, and it was just, and already was mentioned the worms in the doll, and like everything was quite austere. I think everyone got like typhoid, hepatitis, malaria, just the works. But in the midst of all of that, Srila Prabhupada had tasked Nar Narayan with building a formal garden. And he didn't know it at the time of what the purpose was, but he set about it with his full intensity. And Srila Prabhupada, to note, Srila Prabhupada had said of him that he has the strength of 10 men. And so he was there, and growing up in a communist family, yes, he, when it came to workers, he did not have a classist view, as is quite typical in India. And so he got down into the trench with the workers, with the laborers, the laboring class. And here is this initiated Brahmin, Sikha, Vaishnava, and he's there doing manual labor like a coolie, or, and it just threw everyone. They didn't know how to relate to it, but the laborers really dug it. And so he was there and got them to work harder and more intensely, not by and I think he wore like a British, like the pith hat or whatever it is, and so he's there, this white man wearing the symbol of British authority, in the ground with them, lifting boulders and pushing them out of the way, and in a lungi, so you just imagine the image of a white man, Brahmin thread, pith hat, and a lungi, just like a loincloth covered in dirt, probably shoulders and elbows and knuckles bleeding from and this sort of malnourished laborers, all kind of somehow holding up the other end of whatever it is he's 10 men holding the other end of what he's carrying. And so it was just a profound dynamic situation, and they got the job done, and beautiful gardens were established, trees planted, and he was sort of due to some conflicts and interesting things, he ended up being sort of discharged early from the project and took the sister ship of the Jaladuta, the Jala Rajan, from Bombay to Los Angeles, or San Pedro Port, and that's where he had came to Los Angeles to serve. And but when he left, all of the laborers, they had come and dressed in white and in like their formal clothes. Oh yeah, he would feed them. And so basically he would enable that, he would encourage them to bring their tiffins and pots and whatever. And so with the food and money that he would get extra food and feed not only the laborers, but also their families. And so there was just this profound loyalty that was created. And I had worked with him on projects with laborers here in America also, and he created this camaraderie and this dedication of the workers, and he'd get them to do things for longer hours, harder work under extreme circumstances, but just really feel a part of something extraordinary, and sort of command. He called to people to bring out their fullest and their best, and as difficult and agonizing and as difficult as he was to work with, there was something extraordinary about being called to be your best, to go past whatever boundary you thought you had, and to experience something remarkable or optimal. And he somehow knew how to access that space, and he knew how to pull it out from others. But so all of these men and their families dressed in white, and as he left, they lined the pathway, and everyone garlanded him and his wife Dina Dayadri and gave him gifts and all these things and sort of gave him this sort of royal exit. He was a man of the people. Jai Shri Gaurnitai. Jai Shri Rukmini Dwarkadish. Jai Radha Madhava. Jai Jagannath Baladev Subhadra. The Prananath of Nar Narayan.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot the ending of that story. It was about the night before they were about to take Radha off of life support, and Nar Narayan was there, and it was getting towards the evening, and the nurse, she was a night nurse, and she was already she was so crotchety, she wasn't friendly at all. And everybody was kind of chanting, and it was led by Nar Narayan. And she came in and she said, oh, no, you can't, you're not allowed to do this in the hospital. There is no way you're going to do it. And he said, well, I don't know about that. And we were all there. And he said, I don't know about that because I think that's what you have to understand. This is what we do. You know, seriously. And she looked at him, and I don't know if she was scared to death or she was ready to strangle him. I'm not sure which it was, but she walked out and let everybody continue singing Hare Krishna. So I forgot that part of the story. Sorry, that's the best part. Anyway.
I know, there are endless stories. I was thinking of a time we were in Vrindavan. We had one day we were going to leave, and we had heard that two children were getting molested and abused there. And I stepped in to do something. And this is our last day in India. I knew the girls, and I stepped in to do something. And somehow my father on that trip to India had acquired a Rajasthani war horn or something. So he backed me. I was like, we have to do something. He backed me fully. And I remember him blowing his Rajasthani horn multiple times throughout that. And we ended up safely escorting these children to a safe place. But, you know, he is so extra. Honestly, the stories are just like innumerable, and I would love people to try to write down their stories, write down their lessons, because he didn't, but I want to put it all together because I think that, you know, my father also taught me a guru is a teacher, and just like Picasso has one style and Van Gogh has another, those distinctions, those little differences, you know, are beautiful little pieces of, you know, sparks of magic to remember and to preserve, and to see how somebody can practice Krishna consciousness so simply. How all throughout his life, he really had a sense of dharma, a sense of generosity, a sense of hospitality, a sense of, you know, being a servant of the servant. What else? Loyalty. Regardless of his circumstances. He was honestly, you know, I'm not going to categorize him, but he was a little better than most of us, I think. And in retrospect, not seeing him as my father, like just looking back at it all and not seeing the other thing that's so profound is the good stuff in the end is all that matters. None of the fights that we had, none of the insults we hurled at each other, none of the negative matters at all. In the end, none of that matters, you know? And so to remember in this lifetime, let's break down those walls. Let's be in the mood of Nar Narayan. You know, he is our senior, he is our elder, and there is a certain grace by offering somebody that is your senior respect, by taking a minute to listen to what they have to say, and you know, and seeing how simply, you know, he also told me Prabhupada told him, Krishna consciousness is simple for the simple and complex for the complex. But Prabhupada has said 1,000,000 times that this process is easy. You just add Krishna. That was another one of his things, add Krishna. So he added Krishna to his restoration projects, to going to Costco, to going to Kaiser, to, you know, all of that stuff. So like, this stuff is easy to do, you know, and after I was 18, after I got re-inspired in Krishna consciousness, I started to really try to follow his different lessons and his different principles and stuff like that. Oh, Dharma. I was in Bombay and I saw there were ants all over Prabhupada, and I was like, okay, I have a responsibility to do something about this. Yeah, somebody had offered a garland with ants everywhere. And I was like, okay, I have to follow what my dad taught me, a sense of Dharma. If I see it, I'm responsible. I've got to do something. So I went and I got the people at the temple. I was like, you can't have ants crawling, you know, and somebody was impressed. You know, I was like kind of upset about it, but I got it taken off and changed. And I wasn't even part of that temple, but I was like, but following my dad's advice has worked for me, you know, and has become so much of a part of my life. Like, and trying to reach to my maximum. Like if I'm singing from my heart, like I'm not a good singer. I can't keep a melody or whatever. But all I do, I don't sing. I'm not a singer, but I'm praying, you know, like my father taught me from the deepest part of my heart. And my father was not afraid for me to criticize, for me to say whatever, because he believed that the truth was strong. He wasn't afraid of a different opinion because he believed that truth was stronger than that eventually through that discourse and through that conversation that, you know, the heart of the matter would get gotten to. Anyways, are we... Okay, so this is probably a good note to end everything on. I want to invite everybody to meet us in 1 year and come back to this place on January 1st. It's my personal mission this year, and just as when I was 18 and I had a rough time, I recently had a rough time as well. Many of you know that. But losing my father has reminded me of everything that he taught me and reminded me how important all of his living by a sense of Dharma and to try to not give up. You know, this community can be mean. We can kick each other out. Just like my father was kicked out, let's not look past that. We can be mean to each other. We can judge each other. We could push each other down. But my father's example is, let's not do that and lift each other up, you know? Let's not judge each other. If we see something wrong with somebody, if somebody's falling or straying from the path, don't go like, you're out and I'm in. No, let's evolve beyond that and let's say, how can I lift you up? You know, how can I remind you of what's important? And my father, in my hardest times, would remind me what is truly important. And when you remember what's truly important, all the material stuff falls into place. So I hope with everybody's blessings that I'm kind of looking at this kind of like that turning point in my life when I was 18 and I served and I got to have that moment with Lord Jagannath, losing my father, who's really my guru. He's always been my guru. Like a daughter can have their father as their guru. And so he is my guru because he's the person that has taught me so much. I mean, of course, in Srila Prabhupada, and all the devotees that are here. But, you know, let's not be mean to each other. Let's not exclude each other for being different. Let's instead of 1% of people automatically becoming Krishna conscious, let's each take that little bit of extra that Nar Narayan shared, and let's try that we all make it there, like he said. And let's all work together. Let's remember that all of us are going to pass away too, just like his life was too short. Our lives are the same, you know. And so let's utilize this lifetime for real Krishna consciousness. And real Krishna consciousness is from your heart, you know. And real Krishna consciousness is being kind to other devotees. You could see real Krishna consciousness from, it's all mixed, you know what I mean? We're all, as we purify ourselves. Let me finish. But let's take that moment to try to remember to be authentic, to come from our hearts, to not judge other devotees. We could talk about, oh, Prabhu, like what does that mean? Master. So I Prabhu this, Prabhu that. No, let's not use these terms and these concepts in vain. Let's use them from our heart and try to, you know, see one another as Prabhu. So on that note, and in honor of my father, Panchakalpa Charupasya Kripa Sindhu Bhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanevyo Vaishnavebhyo. Nar Narayan Vishwakarma Das Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. Thank you guys all for coming, and lots and lots of love.
When you said you don't sing well, I heard you online singing, and you sing really well. And it wasn't really about the quality; it was about your heart. Oh, yeah. So you should. You should come over here and do the kirtans at 8 o'clock at night. Yeah, just jump in there. Really.
All right,
I hope
sounds
so.
good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, yeah, we have, we can do kirtan for the artik, and then we have pizza prasadam, which, because the doors are open, we'll have in the prasadam dungeon below the brahmachari ashram. So please come also for pizza prasad.
So there's pizza prasad under there, but I feel like a little round of kirtan would also be nice. Anybody wanna leave? What was it? Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Hare Krishna. Oh wait. I remember my father actually used to always start it like this. Bhaja Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jaya Dvaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaur Bhakta Vrindam Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo come up to the front. Ramo Ramo Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ramo 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Join with me, guys. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama. Sing from your hearts. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. You have nothing to lose. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Nar Narayan, you gotta do it. He wouldn't allow you. My father, look at him. He's saying no. You have to go for it. True humility is to try. Sing it. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Beautiful. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama,
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. You're singing, my friend. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Rama Rama.
On the rathayatra card.
Okay. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna. Together, you have to. Hare Hare, Hare Rama. It doesn't matter. Hare, Narayana did it. Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama,
Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Thank you, Balai. Great Vaishnavi, saintly being here. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Krishna. We're not here to be singers. We're here to pray from our heart. Let's do it. Hare Rama. Humility means taking a chance and going for it. That's what my papa taught me. Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
This is how we clean the dust from our hearts. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. No one left behind. Let's all join in to Lord Chaitanya's movement. Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. In the mood of Nar Narayan, let's all participate. It's so much more fun to bring the energy. Don't wait behind. Don't wait for something scooped into your bowl. Bring it. Chant it. Take a chant.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. This is the mood, all of us in this together, Nar Narayan style kirtan. Let's remember this. There's no us and them, there's us. Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. And we're not singers.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna, Krishna. This is the process here. It'll take a lot longer if we don't go for it, right? It'll still work if we just chant a little, not from our heart. But when we go for it, it works faster.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna,
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Let's go deep, guys.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare,
Hare Krishna. Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna,
Hare Rama,